so we have
Shit,
begun
that's like the
recording.
whole era that my band is like emulating. Well, both of the bands like it really that 2000 like early 2000 shit. I miss when like metal just sounded more like metal then. It was more raw. It was more like
Yup.
straightforward. It wasn't no frills or now I feel like it's like pop music now. It's overproduced. It's like a I don't know. Like I'm trying to hear like some fucked up shit. You
That's
know what I
fair.
mean?
That's fair.
Well, before when you could say whatever the fuck you wanted and shit, and like you didn't have a whole fucking like team of fucking queens on fucking Twitter and Instagram and Facebook trying to cancel you because I don't know, you made a song about fucking somebody getting stabbed or something. Like it's fucking
Yeah, it's
like
crazy.
I get it
When
to some degree. Everyone's
we
got
dropped
that line, you know.
Yep, we dropped our first single, bro. Like it was called Gaza, and I literally got death threats for that shit.
I'm
I was like, damn, yo, it's deep.
like,
Well,
you should have just messaged them back and been like, "It ain't that serious. It's not that. It's not that deep. It's not that deep, man."
It was funny, like I explained what the song was actually about, and they were like, "Oh, I like that." And I'm like, "Yeah."
oh, I
I
like
feel you,
that.
dude.
Like it's crazy what happens when you think, right?
It's crazy what
Right.
happens when you
It's
provide, explanation and a little bit of substance. Me and Finn are pretty familiar with that. That was a pretty big conversation
Yep.
as of recently, but
pretty.
everyone, welcome. It's 10:43 a.m. on the 12th of January. We are doing a rather last minute crosscast session with Zach of EyeSawGod. He's got a new EP coming out on the 15th, so we got 3 days, and therefore I got 3 days to figure out editing and get this episode out as soon as possible. That way you guys have some juicy new wave MySpace deathcore crosscast sessions content, right? We have Finn with us here today as per the new wave MySpace aesthetic that comes with this band and many others going into the near future. Finn, if you want to go ahead and take the reins, feel free to, my guy. He's his voice is a little shot because he's been a little bit ill recently, so we'll be bouncing back and forth. But for the most part, I wanted to go ahead and let him take the reins today and go ahead and handle the formula, doing the introductions. We'll do the front to back session for this new EP, and then we will get into the anatomy crosscast and provide any questionnaire that Finn thinks is appropriate for the sake of the session. So, Finn, take it away, sir.
Oh, geez, don't put me on the spotlight, dude. I'm terrible at this. Oh, so first of all, welcome. It's a pleasure to be here with you guys. It's a pleasure to be fucking waking up with a Red Bull this morning. I mean, I'm like 2 hours ahead of you guys, but I'm 2 hours ahead of Sean, anyways.
Yeah.
It's a pleasure to have you on today. So, coming out of that, I'm from that same era of like MySpace deathcore era when things were like coming up and shit, and things were really starting to pick up and head in that direction. I guess if you want to call it like that first wave of
Yeah.
of like deathcore generation. Yeah, and that was before we started recording. We were talking a little bit and touching on that a little bit because like that's a generation I'm very familiar with, and I still hold very close and sacred to my heart. So, I mean, if you want to tell me, like, some of your influences, what influences, like, where you're at right now, or like, particularly from that era, like what you write about.
Well, we touched on it earlier a little bit. The Acacia Strain for sure. Like, especially like those first couple records. Um, Suicide Silence, definitely. Like, once you guys hear the EP, you're gonna go, oh, yeah, you definitely like Suicide Silence. But um, I liked a lot of the bands like Catalepsy and stuff like that. Like the not like smaller deathcore, but like the ones that didn't like break the mold and get huge. Like I feel like there was a lot of like uncut gems, if you will. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So I like them a lot. But then like, the obvious ones like the Despised Icon, stuff like that. Like I really like just the old school deathcore sound. Like where it was really like literally just death metal and hardcore put together with like the breakdowns. You know what I mean, that's like the formula that when I hear this is it.
Right. Kind of takes you back to like at least like 12, 15 years back, you know, like Defiler and like a lot of that era. That was showing Sean Resist the Thought and shit the other day, sending him links. I'm like, you want to hear my generation, dude? Like, this is
Dude,
early Aussie deathcore.
Yeah, and the
Hell
beautiful
yeah.
thing
Well,
is
the
too,
Impaler, too.
we
I mean,
sorry, Zach, continue.
oh, you're good. I was just saying another one that was good was Applaud the Impaler. That band
Yep.
was also insane.
Yep. That's oh wow. That's taken me way back. Way back. I remember well you would remember it then. So the first EP that Suicide Silence cut, the first one had all the clips in it. And
Yeah.
then the re-release when they signed didn't have any of the clips in it anymore.
Yeah.
And I remember distinctly that album because like the first time I heard this, I was like, "The fuck is this? You know, what the fuck is going on here? These are like Family Guy clips." And I had seen them for the first time in 07. They weren't even signed yet. It was the tour that they got signed on. Bury Your Dead was headlining that fucking tour.
That's insane.
Fucking seeing Mitch's big lanky ass in the fucking pit, like for Bury Your Dead, just tossing people around and shit.
I saw them, I think it was with Walls of Jericho. I saw them at like a little like local venue. And it was like it was around the same era, like they weren't big yet. And I didn't even know who they were. Like I was just one of them kids where like we had a venue, like not even where I live, it was in Delaware, it was in Wilmington, it was called the Harmony Grange. And I used to just go to like every fucking show. Cause like back in the day of MySpace, like we didn't, you know what I mean? It wasn't so in your face. Like you had to go out and like find the bands. You know what I mean? Like you had to actually put work. Remember Hot Topic had the little like local band list and shit. Like you could go in there and write your band. Like your friends could go in there and request your shit or the local. Like there was so much more like footwork involved. And I feel like, you know what I mean? So I used to just go to every show and like I remember I went to that one and that was definitely like a life-changing experience because like imagine not even like knowing about Suicide Silence and like you know what I mean, and then you're just like, what the fuck is this? And it was the craziest set probably I've ever seen. Them and another one that put on a really, really good show was Bring Me the Horizon. I saw them when like Count Your Blessings was out right before Suicide season dropped. So like, and they played that same venue. It was them and shit. I want to say it was like some band like Misery Signals or something like that. So I don't think it was Misery Signals, but it was like some band like that. And but Misery Signals also a fucking amazing band. But like, nah, Bring Me the Horizon blew the roof off them. Played like all shit off of Count Your Blessings, and I think the only things that of Suicide season was Diamonds Aren't Forever and Chelsea Smile, and they might have played the Come Down, but like the rest of it was all the old deathcore shit. No, that was like them and Suicide Silence, those two sets, and then when I saw the Acacia Strain for the first time, that was like, I was like, yeah, this is what I want to do.
Heck yeah. Yeah, no, that takes me back, man. That like you mentioned Walls of Jericho, man. What a gym that got swept under the rug that like nobody talks about now. Like what an absolute gem of a band in like era, dude. Like holy shit. I haven't heard that name in a long time.
I feel like that brand of like metalcore was so special, like them, like Norma Jean, Gwen Stacy, like all those type of bands, like Fall of Troy, like that type of shit, like, or even like, bro, something that I've seen a lot, like when I was doing the first tours that I ever did when I was in Nusspoke, Zarathustra, we toured and we played with the band. What were they called? I think they were called God's Eyes, and they were like the Chariot, bro. But it was like I never got to see the Chariot. Huh?
I haven't heard that name in forever either. The Chariot.
So I never got to see them live. So when I saw this band, they sounded like the Chariot, and I was like, "This is fucking crazy." Because you know how it is, like those old recordings. There's like it's left some to be desired. So like the live show was way better than the record usually.
Oh, for sure.
So like being able to see what that shit really sounded like, I wish I could have seen the Chariot live. Like, but God's Eyes are a great band. Like, y'all should check them out. They're really good.
For sure.
There's a lot of education.
Brings me back to seeing Job for a Cowboy for the first time. You know, like the recordings on the first 2 albums were so fucking bad, dude. Like compared to my today's standard, so bad. But like seeing them live was just a totally different experience.
They were a very tight band.
Absolutely mind-blowing.
Do you remember Beneath the Massacre?
Those dudes are fucking or no, I'm thinking of Beneath the Sky. Sorry, I was going to say.
Well, that band, dude, that's a throwback.
Their vocalist is a banker now, like right down the road from where Legends Venue used to be.
That's crazy.
I actually just ran into them like a couple months back and shit. But I remember Beneath the Massacre and Dance Club Massacre. That was the other one I was thinking of earlier.
Yep.
Piano Left Can Be Murder. Or no, that was Dr. Acula. That was Dr. Acula.
That era was so fucking awesome. It's cool to see it come back though, because like I feel like it was such a good era that now there's kids that weren't even born then that are like teenagers. So they're like discovering it through like our generation talking about it or like stuff on TikTok and YouTube. And it's cool as shit like seeing them take that sound and then do their own things with it, because like just being able to like play with some of these bands or like get to know them and like hear them and stuff like that, it's been like it really is a second coming happening. It's so cool to see, because it's like, especially for like people like us, like we got to experience it once and we're lucky enough to experience it again. You know what I mean? Like it's a cool thing. Like
seeing All Shall Perish come back and do like a reunion tour like was crazy. I'm like, I remember listening to fucking this band back in like 2006, you know, like they just disappeared off the face of the earth after, what was it, the third album, the last album they did, Awaken the Dreamers, disappeared off the face of the earth.
And it's nuts because like you got to think like if this whole like revival didn't happen, would that stuff have even happened? Like Molotov's Solution coming back with new music, shit like that, you know what I mean? Like it's like, man, I don't even think any of that would have happened without these kids that, you know what I mean? And it's cool. That's like so cool to me, because it's like they weren't even around, but they appreciate it so much that it's like they're responsible for it coming back. And that shit is so cool. Like I feel like a proud uncle. You know what I mean? I'm just like, yeah. Like, let's go, nephew.
Yeah. No, and that's why I call it the new wave, because the thing is, truly for me, I would say this new wave, this new generation kind of kickstarted when bands like Nine Dead came into frame. Like really, for me, that and Tactosa, I think they're going to be the forerunners of the new generation of MySpace style deathcore, just, you know, whack-ass movie samples.
Tracheotomy too. They came out around the same time, yeah.
Yeah.
But Nine Dead, yo, shout out Nine Dead. That's the homies, yo. I fuck with those guys.
Before. They're really
they're like
cool
the best dudes.
They're
the best dudes, nicest guys ever.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No, fucking.
Two of their vinyls sitting there, like that's how good their record was. I have it twice.
Really? Yo, let's peep those vinyls, man. I haven't really seen any of their records.
Let's peep the vinyl collection here.
Let's peep the vinyls, man.
The vinyl collection is too big.
I'm not at home right now, so I don't have anything cool to show off right now.
There's this.
Ooh, that's gorgeous.
Let me see if I can take it out. I don't know like how you're supposed to handle vinyl, so I'm probably gonna get absolutely roasted.
With your greasy ass dogs, who gives a fuck? That's sick. That's gorgeous. I love that. It looks just like the album cover.
Hell yeah. That's what I like about it. Like that one goes really good, and then this one is like a pink one.
Ooh. Let's see the pink. In that medium. Oh yeah. That's like bubblegum, bro. That's sick.
Yup. Man, I think the coolest vinyl that I have though. The coolest one for sure that I have is my copy of the Thus Spoke record, the other band that I'm in.
Right.
Their vinyl came out fucking sick. Like this is like probably like one of the coolest vinyls I've ever seen, period. But this is like a wax mage, handmade, John.
Ooh.
Oh hell yeah!
Whoa.
You
Okay.
can't
That's
see it in this, but there's like sparkles and shit too. I
Yeah.
don't know if the camera will pick
It
it up,
almost looks like a geode.
but that's definitely the coolest one I have, by far.
Sick.
hell
I'm
yeah.
excited. I'm excited for the variants that for our record because like I don't know shit about vinyl. So the people at the pressing plant were probably like, this guy's a fucking idiot because like I was literally they were like, what patterns do you want? I was like, I don't know, just make it look like it's rotting.
I like that. Yeah. I mean, I think the only thing I could possibly think of is, as per the name EyeSawGod, just have different vinyl variants where it looks like there are like angel wheels worth of eyes and shit. Just like these
Oh
creepy ass
yeah,
eyes
dude, that
looking
would
at
be
you
cool.
on the vinyl. Maybe next
Yeah.
time, right?
Shit, man, where were you when I was figuring this out?
I
You're the
was
idea guy,
busy.
man. I needed you.
No, I'm always talking to new bands. You can ask Finn and the rest of the boys. Like, I have at least 80 bands in line waiting in queue to be on the show, and that's just the people that I've fucking asked. When it comes to the people they've reached out to, they probably got like 20 per person. Tony, our fucking Slam co-host, our new Slam co-host, he's fucking cranking down and reaching out to like I think the vocalist of Cranium, amongst other people. Like he's diving head first into inquiries and making sure that, for example, this year, if I don't have the capabilities, which I'm still trying to brainstorm how I'm going to do it, he's looking into doing plenty of like in-person podcast opportunities or crosscast sessions with people just on a whim when they're coming
That's
through town or even at festivals. But yeah, we've just been super, super busy. So it's like, of course, I have a really good creative mind, I've been told, or at least I've been kind of given the impression of that. It's just the delivery and the social media promotion and shit. That's what I need to work on, is the marketing, being consistent with the marketing, and that way not only do we have a pretty good national impression, but we have a good international impression as well. I mean,
Hell yeah.
we did our first Russian podcast last year. That was interesting. That was really interesting because half of the conversation was their main marketing guy, Roman, translating my very complicated fucking questions to the other members who spoke little to no English, and there's a lot of Russian that you can hear in there, but somehow we still compacted it to only about like 2 hours worth of conversation, really. And then
wow.
because
That's
they're
crazy.
yeah, I'm surprised we did that. I'm surprised it didn't end up being like a 3 hour fucking conversation. But at the same time, I think because their latest album, the well, quote, absolute elimination of existence, most of the vocal capabilities and most of the lyrical stuff on there wasn't done by the current guy. They're like, no, we're not going to be doing Under the Skin for the last record because it's not what the vocalist did, and therefore we were going to do like a second session with him in there talking and lobotomizing the record. But in the end, he's like, well, I didn't do most of the lyrics on here. And I felt stupid because I'm like, all right, we'll have you guys back for Under the Skin. And near the tail end, they're like, he didn't really do most of the lyrics on that record, so I don't think we're going to be coming back this time. I'm like, oh shit, my bad. They're like, can we end this session? I'm like, yeah, absolutely. It was,
Well,
no.
we
What's
ended up
up?
getting those, or like when I came back from that micro tour about this time last year, we ended up in that session with Dissected
Yeah.
for like 8 hours, dude. I felt like such an asshole because I had just gotten back at like 5 a.m. that morning from fucking Detroit. So I'm like on the phone with these dudes and just like
Yeah,
falling asleep in
he
my chair.
was
I felt
he was
so
slowly
bad.
yeah, he
I'm
was slowly
so
fading in and
tired.
out
I'm
of it, but
sorry.
we ended up getting like 4.5 hours for an EP with 5 members, and that was pretty grueling to get through, and I remember having a sweaty ass by the time we were done with it. I'm like, yo, I just want to go get some fucking I want to go get some curry at Thai to go chili, but it was a good session, and I look forward to getting those boys back on when they're ready for their full length. But
He's like, hold up, give me 5 minutes, I'll be right back. And I'm the only one else like nodded out, like fucking falling asleep and shit.
Bro
it
said, "Give me a
happens.
second, I gotta."
Yeah, let me slam a Red Bull real quick. Let me run to the gas station to get some of those yellow jackets or something.
Hell yeah. Some
But
stackers.
they gave me the wrong pills. They gave me Spanish fly. So I didn't really wake up, I just like was fucking like had a raging boner for like 8 fucking hours.
He's like, yo,
He
I
said,
couldn't
"Damn,
actually say this.
Not really. But
He
Said
said,
I
yo,
wanted to wake up, but they gave me the gas station dick pills. Damn."
thank God for that. Thank God for gas station dick pills.
yo, fucking
Damn.
Gabor King was rock hard for desoectomy. That is a lore now.
It didn't actually happen, but could
I
you
know.
imagine? Like my phone just sitting on my lap while I'm fucking like in this fucking podcast. Like, what's popping your phone up? Like,
You
you
see
mind
the-
your fucking
You
business.
see the phone angle up a little bit.
You mind your business. That's between me, myself, I, and the 3 inches that I need to fucking have a conversation with human resources about. I need to speak to a fucking manager.
Turns around. I am HR, motherfucker. Oh. We'll be back, guys. All right, please, and I'll go ahead and put you on the main page here whilst we're waiting. Let's learn about this shit, bro.
So what I was saying was you brought up the skinwalker, and yeah, dude, I'm really convinced that I saw one. So like we're in Tennessee, it's like all wooded and stuff where this house is, and like next to the driveway, it's just like a big empty field, and it's like one of those like it's woods everywhere, gravel road, like nothing, you know what I mean, for miles. And me and Luke, our old drummer, were sitting on top of the trailer, like behind the van, and I see something in the field next to us, and I'm like, what? It was like enough to like catch my eye, and I was like, dude, it looks like. At first, I thought it was like a cougar or something like that, and I was like, dude, I've never seen one of them. That's crazy. But then like the way that it was moving was just like off, bro. Like I was like that because it was like down, but then like I can't even like describe it, bro. Like just the way it moved was just like off. It like glided almost, like it was weird, bro. And like when it started getting closer to us, I just noticed that like it was getting bigger. And I was like, yo, that's like wild. Like, and the way that it looked is like a cat, like they're like this, right?
Yeah.
This thing, whatever this would, had its arms out like this.
Oh, dude.
And it was like, and bro, it was like slow crawling up this hill. But like I was like, nah, bro, we're out. Because it got like probably within 20 feet of us. And I was like, nah, we're going in the house, bro. And we like hopped down off the trailer, like on the opposite side and just booked it in the crib. But yeah, I had a gun on me and I was like, yeah, I'm not even fucking with that. Like I'm dipping. Like,
Yeah,
I was like,
that's really sick that you have a story like that. Because the thing is, I haven't been in direct contact, I don't think, with one just yet. But what I can say is that back in 2023, this is a story I've more or less regurgitated a couple times on the Crosscast now to random bands because I'm definitely in the future planning to get some type of supernatural paranormal investigation channel started, and so far the working title is Dark Matter Investigations because I think that the supernatural, the paranormal, ghosts and stuff, I think there's a correlation between them and dark matter dimensions and pocket dimensions. And I think that the writers of Stranger Things they also kind of agree with that statement. Because I think the Upside Down is meant to be like an inverted dark matter parallel dimension. And basically everything that we know and love, well, there's an opposite to it. Or there's an inverted version of it where these other interdimensional monsters or aliens or whatever reside. But mostly in our world and on a broader spectrum, stories of Squatch. There's a gentleman named Mike Patterson. He has this channel called Sasquatch Ontario, which is mostly audio evidence. And basically he claims that he has a connection with this family of Squatch, and now been going on like 15 to 17 years. So really, it's really just a belief thing. Like if you're open to believing that out of respect, this dude would only have audio recordings, or recordings of vocalizations or vocalizations of tree fallings off in the distance, and then something calling out his name that sounds a lot bigger than a regular person. Well, I think that Squatch, Skinnies, and a lot of the cryptids that we understand in mythology and folklore, especially here in the U.S. For whatever reason, we have a lot of different stuff here in the United States and North America. But keeping that in mind,
It's
then,
deep rooted too. It goes
yeah,
all the way back to like Native Americans and shit. Like
that's what I'm
they talk
saying.
about that.
Yeah, and how they've
Yeah.
made the connection recently of the Greys as aliens to quote the ant people that hide in the earth. I'm like digging into that as much as possible right now, but
Have you ever read like all the declassified CIA documents on all that stuff?
not yet. I think I should though for the channel.
And, like it's wild because they literally will come out, and it's wild because like it'll be like in a physics dissertation, but like within that they're like, yeah, aliens exist, all these cryptids exist, all this shit is real. Like they they did a bunch of stuff in the 70s too, like with astral projection and stuff like that, and
Yeah,
they confirmed there's like other realities and shit like that and other dimensions. And like they shut all that down. Like in the declassified shit, they were like, we shut it down because it's detrimental to like world health. Like we could fuck shit up like
right.
an undoable way. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And that's wild that like all that shit is real. It's out there and like it's just like tucked away, and we're so like in the day to day that it just like becomes fantasy, but it's like
yeah.
actually real.
No, I mean, as far as I'm
That's
concerned,
wild.
yeah, the life that we've been living for such a long time, as far as I'm concerned, it's to kind of water down and slowly like warm us up to all of that. Because I know there are plenty of people who aren't ready. I mean, the War of the Worlds radio broadcast, that original one that had so many people like off themselves because they didn't know
Freaking
what they
out.
were,
Yeah.
yeah, they didn't know what they were going to do in the face of an alien invasion. I think that was the first
Yep.
social test, and they're like, you know what? I don't think the world is ready. So that's why they made the CIA. That's why they made the FBI, in my opinion, is because after
Yep.
the
And
War of
look
the
at now.
Worlds, yeah,
Look at how desensitized people are now. It's like all that stuff. I don't know if you saw it, like with the drone footage and all that in New Jersey. There was literal like footage of like drones, but then also orbs. Like there was footage of like drones flying into the orbs and then falling out of the sky. Like, and it's crazy that you could see stuff like that. Like, bro, that would have been something like if somebody would have seen that 100 years ago, that would have been like my life is stopping right now.
yeah,
Everything I know just changed. This society doesn't fucking matter. We have to figure out what this is. But nowadays, people can see that on a video and then just go, "Damn, that's nuts." Okay, let me clock back into the 9 to 5. You know what I mean? Like it's
yeah.
wild how desensitized people are now.
But that's how they wanted
And
it to
even
be,
like that's
man.
not like yeah, it really is. Because like I mean, even think about it in the sake of like the nation used to rally around shit. You know what I mean? Like the fires in California right now, bro. Like people used to give a shit about that. Nowadays, people are just like, damn, that sucks. Or
Yeah,
though, like I see people being like, oh, well, it's fire season. Like people are so desensitized to shit that they literally just don't give a fuck anymore when things happen because they're so conditioned to it.
yeah,
I think that's like because of like the new like digital age, like you're constantly being fed shit. You know what I mean? Not in even like a nefarious way, just like we're overloaded.
yeah,
We're always plugged in. You know what I mean?
yeah,
So like
absolutely.
there's not really much left. You know?
Yeah,
That's always something that's really been weird to me. And it's funny that like it comes from like the cryptids and stuff. Like we kind of segued into this, but
yeah,
like it's like really interesting to me. Like when you said like I kind of went on the spiel because you like the desensitization of people, but that's like a really big thing to me. Like that's something that like in my adult life has bothered me so bad because I mean think about the fact of like we live in a country that was founded over people revolting over a 3% T tax. But now, like, you have no rights. You pay 40% of your fucking income off rip. And people are just like, oh, this is just the way it is. Like, that's what you hear people regurgitate all the time. This is the way
yeah,
it is. People stop, like, challenging the status quo. And I feel like that's what really, like, to tie it all into metal, that's what really makes me love this community, because like when I got into it, it was all about breaking the status quo, going against what society told you, questioning everything, like fuck the government, like all that type of things. And those are sentiments that like really resonated deep within me, you know what I mean? So
Yeah, and we're
it's kind of
definitely
cool like talking to people like you guys. So like it's like I'm like, oh yeah.
yeah, absolutely. No, the thing is, and this is something that we made very apparent recently in posting certain screenshots, right, and attempting to hold some people accountable. People need not be named. If you've heard about it, you've heard about it. If you haven't, you haven't. But one thing that we aim to do with this show, and as a group, really, as the Crosscast, up until it's renamed or something, it just has a nice ring to it, with it being the Anatomy Crosscast. Oh, we're the cast of people that host this show. So it's kind of developed into a culture so far, and I can't wait for it to be more comfortably acknowledged as a culture. But one thing we plan to do in the near future is make it to where metal feels like that again. Because right now, I'm not really comfortable with how, with the system and with the grain metal is, for the sake of monetization and for making money
Yeah,
and to get your name out there. We're not about that. For us, it's all about sending your message, spreading your message, and being raw as fuck, like Spite level, King 810 level raw with your music, talking about real shit, having substance to your music, and having the financial backbone to where, like certain people that we've seen reveal their true colors recently, you don't feel compelled, and you're not talking for the money. Like, it's not the money talking for you, it's your actual personality and not greed. um
Yeah.
like, dude, Finn, I can't tell you, like, that's kind of the epitome that I had after that recent incident. I'm like, man, money was really talking during most of that conversation. But
right.
Yep.
it's interesting to
Money will
see.
show you who you remember, that's for sure. Like
Ex-
people change like when money comes around, and like that's I've seen it happen. Like even situations will change people too. Like you
yeah,
could like a whole band dynamic could change just from them getting a record offer, your label offer. You know what I mean? That can
yeah,
change the entire dynamic of a band. It can show you like what people are really there for. You know what I mean? Money, I feel like, is a big one. I agree with you, like, because I've always had the like. Obviously, I'm an artist. I would love to make like a living from this, right? But the
Right.
way that I always believed is if you are authentic and you do good shit and you're doing it for the right reasons, then that'll come to you.
yeah,
It's not that should never be the thing that you're chasing. You should be chasing being authentically yourself. And if that is a good enough if that is a good enough product, people will support it. You know
yeah,
what I mean? That's like it has to be real, like you were saying. You know what I mean? It can't come from a bullshit place because like like you were just saying, like it comes out. You know what I mean? People find out. Like you have to be here for the love of this shit first. You
yeah,
know what I mean? Like, yeah, I like, and I'll never knock somebody for like wanting to make money off of what they do. That would be like if Finn's a tattoo artist, that'd be like me being like, "Hey, bro, tattoo me for free," because or if you don't do that, you don't really love tattooing. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
that. I feel like that's where people get like confused because like what you're saying is a very different thing, and I feel like people like you'll see it when people go, "Oh, that band's successful now. They sold out." I
Right.
don't see that as selling out. You know what I mean? I see that as like now you gain success. It's different when you go, I was doing this thing and that wasn't working. So now I'm going to do this because I know that's the marketable thing. If that's the only reason that you do some shit, like, yeah, I hope it tanks. You know what I mean? I'm right there with you. Like, I
Right.
hate
yeah,
that shit because it's not real. Like, you're not,
Yeah.
it's not
Yeah.
like when I listen to King, bro, that's why I like that band because I listen to them and I feel that shit.
yeah,
I've been through a lot of what he talks about. So like that's a really close personal band for me because I'm like, yeah, like you wouldn't be saying this unless you really went through it and lived it.
yeah,
And
Right.
that's like a very like peculiar thing. They're talking about like very specific shit, you know what I mean? So it's like but it's like that. You know what I mean with everything like whatever you do, it's not about oh, I'm doing this for this. It's just I'm telling my story. This is my mind,
yeah. It's
and
Exactly.
I
correction,
use that.
to be a little bit more specific. It shouldn't be. Not that it can't, but it shouldn't be about the money. It shouldn't be about what is more likely to
Yeah.
make you successful and integrating that into your
Yup.
art. for me, it's about being an individual and being raw as fuck. Like, so raw that, you know, you only think of tender flesh from a fresh wound when you think of what you're writing
Yeah.
and what you're creating. Anything otherwise, it's like, dude, you're not on the right path. And then when you attempt to tell people this, then they apparently, Finn, right? Apparently they call you disrespectful and they start talking mad shit and trying to dog you for this and that. And that, to me,
So
you know, I'm grateful that that ended up occurring for what it was worth, but it was like, man, to think that we were compelled to do what we did to make someone like reveal their true colors and reveal their true nature, that shit, like, it left a sour taste in my mouth. But Finn,
yep,
what about?
Well,
it
that's like,
still.
I feel like that's just like baseline. That's just like immaturity, right? Like if you can't take like constructive criticism, you're definitely in the wrong industry. You know what I mean? This is entertainment. Like people are always going to have their own opinion. And as an artist, like I've noticed like in my time, like I've been doing this shit for like 20 years at this point. So it's like I never grew until I stopped having that. Like, and that was when I was like a teenager, bro. Like
Right.
when I hit up in my 20s and shit, I started really realizing that like the people that give a shit enough to be honest, they're the people that you want around. Like they're the people that aren't going to steer you wrong. You know what I mean? It's everybody that blows smoke up your ass. That's you want that away from you. That shit is a
Yeah.
disease. Like, and it's nothing wrong. Like if people only have good things to say and it's genuine, then that's different. You know what I mean? Then it's
Yeah.
like, you know, that's like an affirmation. You know what I mean? But if you have people that it's like no matter what you do, like, and you know it's not that good, and they're like, oh, this is fucking awesome. There's a problem with that. You know what I mean? Like, I would rather somebody give me their honest take and it be like negative than somebody lie to me and say some shit that they think I want. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's disingenuous at that point. Like we
Yeah.
just had this. We just did a live the other day in regards to this kind of shit because, like, I don't. You're in the same age bracket as me, so you're gonna understand this as well as I understand it. Probably 15, 20 years ago, you could be you as long as you weren't out beating people and sexually assaulting people. You were fine. You could be,
Yep.
or dropping a bunch of fucking like racial slurs and shit like that, and just being a piece of shit.
Yeah.
I don't understand now. Like back then, people would get accused of shit like that, and there would be like a whole barrage of people like, "Where's the proof? Where's the proof? Where's the proof?" We don't
Yep.
have that now. Now the proof is a hearsay. Well, somebody in a group chat or somebody messaged me something. Okay, so where's the evidence though? You can't be the judge, jury, trial, and executioner all at once without any evidence. You don't go to
Yep.
court on a murder trial with no evidence. Period.
Mhm.
And
They
like
don't
you
just say,
understand it.
"Oh, I heard you killed this guy, so you're going to jail."
Right, I heard you did something, so you're going to jail for it. Like that's not how it works. And like you'll understand it because like it's the same generation. It used to be different going to shows and being around that scene. Like it was the safest unsafe place you could be.
Yeah,
Like
because
nobody's gonna go out of their way to do anything shitty towards you. And if you get hurt, like you're gonna get taken care of. But like
yeah.
it was a place for people to come and blow off steam and like that kind of shit. And now it kind of goes into another whole dynamic now where everybody's like fucking hardcore dancing and hardcore moshing is garbage. Push pit this, push pit that. If this is
Bro,
what you want, cool. But like,
you know what? You know what sends me like the kind of segue, and you'll understand this, bro. How has it been 20 years and people are still fucking crying about hardcore dancing? Like, I'm like, bro, this has been a thing since the 90s at this point. Like, people were hardcore dancing in video CBGB, dog.
Like what are we crying about? If you
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, bro, you have full bodily autonomy. You can stand wherever you want in the venue.
right,
Nobody is holding you in front of the monsters. Like,
right. If you get spin kicked in the mouth, you're probably somewhere you shouldn't or didn't want to be in the beginning to begin with. Like,
and like, I mean, at the same sense, I have seen people that do that shit and then they walk off like, yeah, I just fucked that guy up. I'm very much the like, if I'm moshing and I hit somebody, like I'll pick them up. You know what I mean? I
yeah,
feel like that's like pit courtesy. You know what I mean? Like we're all homies. I don't fucking hurt nobody, but
right. You
I've
don't
definitely like
You don't
I
get
feel
away.
like those guys give it a bad name. Like that's where it comes from. The people that are just like targeting people, and I don't fuck with that. Like I'm very much the guy. Like if I see some shit at that like that at my show, I'll probably put my guitar down and come off stage. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
like
Right.
it's like I want everybody to have a good time, and if whether they're them having a good time is pushing their friends, whether they're having a good time is doing spin kicks, whether they're having a good time is standing in the front row or standing in the back like this. I don't give a fuck. They're there. You know what
Right.
I mean? And that's all I matter. And we're sharing that. They're sharing that moment all together. And
Right.
I feel like people just get so weird about like, oh, you don't enjoy this the way that I enjoy it, so you're doing it wrong. It's like it's so weird, bro. I'm
Right.
like
Well,
none of this was supposed to be like one size fits all.
right. And it comes back to like the last like 5 to 10 years of things, like the cancel culture shit. I get it to a degree. If someone is a piece of shit and there's evidence and proof of it, dox the fuck out of them.
Yeah,
We want our
100.
scene to be safe, but don't do it on an assumption and don't do it on hearsay. Make sure you have your ducks in a row first before you do it, because I've seen people get canceled for the dumbest fucking shit, or people attempt to cancel people and then come to find out the allegations weren't even true
Yeah, it's
and
just
they had
some
evidence,
drama.
you
Yep.
know. And it's like, I think people are so quick now to virtue signal and white knight shit online because they want to be that guy to be like, I'm a good person. I don't condone this. Like, cool, congratulations. You have morals. You have a good moral compass.
Yep.
You didn't do anything by doing that, especially if you're targeting the wrong people. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Well,
And like,
you know something else that I've noticed, like, and you might understand this, like, when we were coming up, we got told all the time by our parents, mind your fucking business. You know
yep,
what I'm saying? Like, when did that stop? You know what I mean? Because, like, I'll see some shit. If I see some, like, rock solid proof of some stuff, I'm going to speak out, right? 100%. But,
100%. Yeah.
like, I'm the same way as you. If somebody hits me up with some, did you hear that this person said this about that? I'm like, just stop it right there. Like, I don't even give a like, I don't want to hear that. If you have relevant information, right? If I'm around somebody that's shitty, that's a you tell me, you know what I mean? So I can get that person from around me. I'm really like about, I keep a very small circle because I'm a father. I have 2 little girls. So like,
Really?
I don't keep, like, and I don't play that shit. Like, I'll fucking shoot somebody over my kids. You know what I mean? Like, and
Sure.
a lot of fathers understand that. You know what I mean? But I, I'm very big on that, but I'm not very loud about it. I don't feel like you should be. You know what I mean? Because for
I need,
one, if you're very loud about that, people are going to put on a face around you, and you're never going to know who's shitty or not. I
right.
choose to just keep my fucking mouth shut, and I'll very much the, you know what I mean,
Watch,
what's up?
watch and listen. Watch and
Yup,
listen.
exactly. Yup.
You watch and listen. Like, in regards to what Sean's talking about, it's the same kind of shit. You know, like, if, like, for instance, like, let's say, hypothetically speaking, like, we've known each other for like 20 years or whatever, right? If you're my boy and you're my homie and I hear some shit, I'm not going to immediately jump to conclusions. I'm
You're
going to
supposed
fucking,
to be like, yo,
exactly, talk to him and be like, hey, I'm hearing some shit. Just letting you know what I'm hearing. You might want to get this sorted out. I'm not
yeah.
saying that, like, you know, that anything X, Y, or Z, but like, you might want to get it sorted out, you know,
Yeah,
and that came back.
and this is the thing about that. You're a grown ass man, so you're probably gonna go, I'm not taking any of this. I know this person for this long. I'm gonna gauge their reaction to me saying this, and that's gonna tell me everything I need to know. Because if they act on some funny shit, I'm gonna know it's probably real. If they're like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Then there's probably some bullshit. Because you know that person, you're gonna be able to gauge that reaction. But I feel like a lot of people just let other people and what they hear or shit like that make their mind up for them, and that's not good, bro. Like if you look at through history, when that shit has been like commonplace, really bad shit has been able to happen
Yeah.
Right.
because of that like hive mind shit.
Yeah.
That's how the
Hive
Holocaust
mind,
happened,
bro.
bro.
Hive mind. That's a perfect term for that shit. Because the thing is,
No, that's
dude,
exactly what it is.
like
It's
whether
exactly
music
what it is.
industry, music industry, modern metal music industry, or even politics right now, dude. Which, like personally, I don't give a fuck where you align, Zach. It's really none of my business politically. But like for me, it's kind of been the same thing between the metal music industry and American politics recently. It's a bunch of like hive mind, and if you're not going with the flow, then you're going to lose business opportunities now. But thankfully, I think by the end of the month, we're going to be seeing a corrected trajectory in a lot of like American culture, where the cancel culture, well, that's going to be just considered cancer instead of cancel, and it's going to be washed away. It's going to be cut out like a tumor. And then from now on, we'll have more of a sense of accountability, I think, whether in the political sphere or in the metal music industry. But dude, I'll tell you one thing for goddamn sure. Going into 2025, and anybody listening to this, like, tune in, okay? The Anatomy Crosscast has every intention to host previously controversial artists for the sake of perspective, but also because half of these people didn't really get a fucking chance to speak for themselves, and they just got ripped away from opportunities over sand pebbles, over fucking atoms worth of
That would be
hearsay.
interesting. I think that would be interesting. You know what I mean? To like hear the other side, because there's like some where it's like, yeah, they definitely did some fucked up shit, but
Yeah.
like there's some where it's like it was just allegations, and being able to hear that other side, I feel like is good. You know what I mean? Especially like
It's
when it's
healthy.
like this shit, because it's like a cautionary tale. You know what I mean? For other people that are watching to be like, oh, well, this is the proof of how this didn't happen, and I can hear the other perspective, and maybe this is why in the future I should do my own due diligence
Yeah,
when I'm making these decisions, because it can destroy somebody's life that may not deserve it.
right.
And like, you know,
Agreed.
I like what you're saying, like political and stuff, like I'm not really, I don't subscribe to politics. I'm kind of like of the thought process that like two wings of the same bird. You know what I mean? Like it's a two-party system is divisive in and of itself, and like I feel like the way that our country is more modeled like a corporation, they just kind of keep us all bitching amongst ourselves so that nothing ever happens.
Right.
And they just kind of continue to do their shit, continue to take money from lobbyists, continue to get rich while we all struggle, and it gets harder and harder. Now, I will say, in my adult life, and I get some flack for this because I'm not a Trumper at all, but like I will say that when I was like in my adult life while I was working when Trump was in office, my dollar went farther. Now, I see some things that dude is doing, and it's like my family was in Auschwitz, right? So like my family was literally in the death camps. So it's like I look at everything from like a little bit of a different like scope, because I understand like the power that politicians really have. Like it's impacted my family greatly. You know, that shit. I wouldn't have been born in America. You know what I mean? So like my family got upended, and we had to come to America. So like when I look at politicians, I look at it through a different scope, and like everything could be good or bad. You know what I mean? There's an
Sure.
there's an old analogy of a Chinese man. It's like an old Chinese analogy, and it's like translated to English, it's basically like his horse ran away. The people of the village were like, "Oh my God, let's go back." It was like the horse came back the next day with a whole bunch of, and they're like, "Oh my God, you have horses, so great." And he's like, "Maybe." The horses trample his son the next day, and they're like, "That's so bad." And he's like, "Maybe." And then the next day, the Chinese military conscription comes to his village, and his son, because his son had a broken leg. And they're like, and it's just to say, you never know what things could be.
Right.
See them, when I see them going, oh, well, we're gonna basically like make it so that people can't do the cancel culture, or we're gonna get away with the disinformation and this and that. That's like a slippery slope, because it's like who controls who's right? What's the moral like ground here that we're going on? And like my thing is, I'm never comfortable when the person controlling that scope is a politician, because they're working for an agenda. They're not working for you. They don't know any of us. Any of us three in here, they don't give a fuck about us. We're just numbers on a board. I mean, so like I don't really like that people like that make decisions at all that impact my life, because I've seen it like even in my daily life, like why do men have to fight for their kids? You know what I mean? Like if you split up with the girl that you have a kid with, why do you have to then fight for your right to
That's a
be a
tough one
father?
for me too.
Yeah.
That's a tough one
Yeah.
for me too, because I like like I was telling him earlier, like I got to go to court Wednesday for child support shit. So like, yeah, I'm being punished because I'm not making the money that I should be making, kind of shit.
You're punished for having a kid, but then it's like, why does one party get to benefit and one party have to be punished when it should literally just be the norm should be 50-50 custody. You should have your kid half the time.
Agreed.
You should have the kid half the time. That's what happens. Like you had a contract, right? We're going to do this all together. What happens when that splits? You get half the responsibility. I get half that responsibility. Who decided that equals a paycheck? That should only be the norm when the dad is a little deadbeat. When they're like, I'm not going to be in this child's life. That's what that shit is for. Not for dudes that are like, I want to be in my kid, but me and this woman cannot be together for the child. So we did the responsible thing. We're going to do it separately.
Right.
Why is it then that somebody has to be punished because you did the right thing? You know what I'm saying? That's never made sense to me, and it's politicians that make this shit up. And I'm just like,
well, it all comes down to money.
And then you know what pissed me off? Like when you go down the rabbit hole, did you know that the state that you pay child support in gets a kickback for that? Every cent you pay, up to 10% more, they get back in taxes. So that's why that's the norm. Like it's not hard to see, and it's like that's why I don't fuck with politics, because it's like whenever the chips are down, they take them for themselves. 100% of the time, and they justify it with these bullshit things like, well, you're not a good dad if you don't pay child support. But it's like, why the fuck should I had to pay child support in the first place? Why didn't I just have my kid and have the ability to be a father? Or it's like, your dude's out on parole, and it's like, you're going to go back to jail if you can't get a job, but you're a felon. But we nowhere hires felons, but then the president is a felon. That shit doesn't make any sense. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, what the fuck?
No, like, I agree. Like, something you said earlier when you were talking about, like, where your family's from and shit. So, like, for context, like, I'm German, Russian, and Scandinavian. That's where my family comes from. But there was an old saying, and it was written in regards to like that era between the mid 30s to mid 40s in Germany, you know, and it's applicable to nowadays too, you know, whether it be cancel culture shit, accusations, allegations, child support shit, whatever, it doesn't matter. Everybody thinks that it can't happen to them until it happens. When they came for my neighbor, I said nothing. When they came for my coworkers, I said nothing. When they came for my friends, I said nothing. When they came for me, nobody said anything.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
So I think it's really adamant nowadays, especially not just in the music scene, but in general, and not just in any one specific demographic, whether it be males, cis males, women's, you know, women's rights, women, whatever demographic it is. I think it's very important right now that people look at these kind of things and they speak up about it. Yeah, especially when it comes to injustices and shit, because just because it isn't happening to you, the same thing me and Sean conveyed, you know, to said individual, just because it's not happening to you right now doesn't mean that it can't happen. Right. Just because right now you haven't pissed someone off or cut ways with someone and maybe it was a bitter end or whatever, doesn't mean that it's not going to happen to you in the future. You don't control that.
The thing that frustrates me more than anything is it's like people don't care about shit until it's trendy to care about it. You know what I mean? Like there has to be a movement for people to care. Like they don't just go out on their own and go, let me look at the world through my own scope of judgment as an adult and decide what makes sense and what doesn't. Like I feel like not enough people do that, and it's like it's wild to me. Like it's fucking wild how many people just walk around and they just don't think like that. I'm like, how did you get this far?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
It comes back to same thing. It comes back to like, you know, no good deed goes unnoticed. Right?
Yeah.
If I want to go, like, there's a homeless lady out here I've helped out numerous times. I don't fucking video the shit. I don't post it online. I just help her out because she's a sweet fucking lady, and I'm not going to mention her name, and I'm never going to fucking post about it because I don't need praise for that, for being a decent person and having a good moral compass when it comes to that. And that's one of the things I think a lot of us has lost our visual on, is like everybody wants to put it out there that they're a great person and they did this wonderful thing for someone today. Let's take a video of it and post it online. Who needs all that? Who needs all this content with that. Just be a decent person. Like my grandmother, well, great grandmother, she was 105 when she passed. She lived through the Dust Bowl drive and the Depression. And when we had the recession in '09, she was like, I just don't understand it now. I'm like, what do you mean? She goes, well, I understand the economical collapse because we dealt with that. She's like, but back then, if we knew a family was struggling, we took them bread. We took them eggs or whatever we had to offer. We don't have that camaraderie anymore. We
Yeah,
don't
there's
have that
not a,
community anymore. It's the same thing in the music scene. It's the same thing in the art scene, all of it. Everybody is so cutthroat and out for their own self that they don't give a shit about anyone else anymore.
you
And
know, you know what's kind of weird about that I've noticed? I remember when I was a kid, right? It was like the ladies of the neighborhood would chill, the men of the neighborhood would chill, and that's just how it would be. Like the people you were around were your people. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Now it's like almost like people are the way they are with clothes, but with people. Like I only want this one brand. You know what
right.
I mean? So they forego all the people that are actually around them. And I see people do it with even like their own family. Like, oh, my family isn't the exact way as me, so fuck them. But it's like you're just gonna forego the fact that you have a family. Like I don't have a family. You know what I mean? My mom lives in Texas. I live in Maryland. Like I'm on my own. You know what I mean? I don't really
Right.
my
I get
sister's
it.
dead. You know what I mean? So I'm just like I see people do that shit and just write people off, and I'm like, you're choosing to be alone, and that just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'll talk to my neighbors. I'll say what's up to them. Like, if I see them doing some shit, I'm like, yo, you need some help. Or like, if I see like a lady carrying some shit, I'm like, you need some help, because that's how I was raised. You know what I mean? But
Right.
now, like, you got three heads, like you're trying to like rob them or some shit, and I'm like, yo, I get it. Fucking, I'm all tattooed up too. I ain't got my face done, but I got down my fingers and everything. And it's like, I'm like, these motherfuckers look at you like, nah, you couldn't possibly be trying to help me. And you're like, bitch, I'm
Okay, I guess I
the
will.
only person trying to help you.
Well, it's the same thing. Like I try to explain this shit to people in like situations. Um, where they're like, well, I don't know about this or I don't know about that. And I'm like, what do I stand to benefit by being disingenuous? What do I stand to benefit from this? I've reiterated that to people numerous times. Like, I'm helping you because I want to help you. I don't stand to benefit anything from it. Like, if anything, it's putting more of a burden on my shoulders by doing it, but I'm still willing to do that at that point because I want to see you do better with whatever it is that you're struggling with and shit. And I don't see that kind of interaction anymore. I don't see clear communication anymore from people. I don't see, and like, honestly, the music scene is the worst for it. Communication in the music scene is the worst. And you know that as well as I do, especially these days. It's so bad. Like, you'll get booted from a project over hearsay or just because that particular day that person's like, yeah, I just don't feel like aesthetically you're going to be a match for it. Like, who cares? Like, you know,
Yeah, bro. Back in our day, bands were like the most ragtag bunch of. You had like a jock, an emo dude, like you know what I mean. Like you just had like all demographics, and the
yeah, yeah,
commonality was we
yeah,
all like the same type of music. Nowadays, it's like you can't be in a band with me unless we all wear the same fucking outfit every day of the week and have all the same beliefs. And I'm like, that shit's so whack. Like the guys that I make music so different, but I love that. You know what I mean? Like I love when I talk to people and they have different thoughts than I do or a different perspective than I do. Like that shit's refreshing because if I wanted to talk to in this room, then I would talk to myself all fucking day, but I don't want to do that. You
right,
know what I mean? I don't
right.
know how people can stand that shit. Like living in like a fucking echo chamber, bro. That shit seems so dull. Like,
Dude, perspective to
Right,
me is
right.
greater than diamonds, and sometimes it can be finer than diamonds. Sometimes it brings you more rich and glory and fame than diamonds, and it's all because of open-mindedness. Once you find
yeah,
your avenue and you've become comfortable, but you've become then complacent, which is, I would say the adversary to comfort is complacency, then you deal with a situation to where, yeah, sure, your philosophies are consistently perpetually being enabled, but then the moment that someone comes in and throws a curveball at you, either you lose your shit, you get frustrated with them, or you just look fucking stupid because you're like, wow, I've never really thought about that before. But also I don't care. And then you like storm off or something. I haven't seen that many people like that in my lifetime, but what I have seen is people, plenty of people who cannot play the role of the peasant, which I try to do all the time. I try to do that all the time. Even if one day I become like fucking Kardashian rich. Not that I think that's ever going to happen, but it could, because the future is very, very it's uncertain. So I imagine one day, or I like to think one day, that if I ever became Kardashian rich, I would still play the role of the peasant, still wear pretty like humble clothes and wear kind of the same clothes I'm doing now, just have more variety, or maybe have more shower towels, because I grew up only having a couple, and you're supposed to have more than a couple per week, let alone 2 weeks. I was raised on not so great standards, but I was never, I don't think, neglected. So disclaimer. So then I think about that. I'm like, man, some people just don't believe in harnessing them diamonds, bro. Some people just want gold.
Yeah.
Some people just want silver. They want to settle. They want to compromise for the sake of comfort, but then become complacent. And therefore, that kind of harnesses this iron or golden echo chamber where there's not even really that much of an echo, and you're in your comfort bubble, but when are you ever going to leave? You have to then ask yourself that question. And sometimes
get that.
people just don't decide to, and it's very, very, it baffles me. It really does.
Yeah. No, I get that, and I can definitely like identify with like the statement that you made about like if you were to ever get like Kardashian rich, how it wouldn't change you. Like I definitely feel the same way, because I mean like I've been poor like my whole life. Like life has thrown me some pretty hard knocks, so like I'm one of those guys. Like I'd be happy with a cabin in the woods. You know what I mean? Like as long as I got my family and my shit to make music, like I'm cool. You know what I mean? Like that's all I need.
Right.
Like I've never been like a man that needed a lot. Like every time I do have like, being in a band and shit, like the biggest thing that I'll end up stocking up on is like shirts, because I'll play with a band and they'll be like, yo, you guys are sick, like take one of our shirts, right? So I'll end up with like a shit ton of band shirts that like I never wear, not because the bands are bad or anything. It's like your clothes that are comfy that you like to wear all the time. You're like, I like this shirt because it feels good and shit like that.
Right.
But I'll end up with a bunch of shit that I don't wear, and I'll end up selling it. You know what I mean? Or like every time I have a pedal that I don't sell it. Like I'm not one of them people that's like the only thing that like I've ever allowed is like I have more than one instrument, but that's just because they're like tools. They do other things. That brings the next one. Fucking closet full of tools and shit, because you can never have too many tools. You know what I mean? And then guns, because like if you got one, it needs a friend. You know what I mean? Like
I know I
that's like the only
my
thing.
first couple, but I want to acquire as many as possible, as soon as possible. It's so fucking expensive now. It's crazy, man.
Man, see before the government was whack in my state, I used to build them, and that shit was so fun. I'm a tinkerer, man. Like I like to build shit. Like even like you can see back there, like shit to build guitars like this. I built this.
Whoa.
This is not actually a Gibson. I actually built this.
Whoa, that's
crazy.
Like I'm always tinkering, and I just anything that I get into, like the immediate next step is I want to know how to build it. You know what I mean? Like I want to know how to make that for myself. And like that's why I really only have like a couple of things that I enjoy, because it's like there's not really many things that you could get that in depth. You with tattooing, you're probably the same way with machines. You know what I mean? You've probably went down the rabbit hole of like the old machines, the rotaries, the pens, you know what I mean? Like all the different things.
Well, I build them by hand. I build coils by hand. Yeah,
bro. So see,
yeah,
you get it. You go down the rabbit hole. Like when you love something, like, and I don't know, I feel like you only find that kind of love for a few things in life. You know what I mean? So like, that's really like, I've always been like a substance person. Like I don't need like a lot. I just want what I have to mean a lot to me. You know what I mean?
For sure.
So, and anytime I've had a lot of money come through my hands, like, but I always end up like I'm not one of them people. I can never make myself a nest egg. Because like every time I get something, I look around at the people around me that I love, and I'm like, this person needs help. This person needs help. And it's like different a little bit now because I have kids. So like I'm like they come first before anybody. But like I feel like if I ever got fucking rich or something, like fame scares me. Like the possibility of fame scares me. I'm not really like talking to you guys is cool. Talking to people, it's like the concept people that don't know me and shit talking about me, and that's just really weird to me. You know what I mean? Even like the little bit of hype my band has gotten so far, it's like it's a little intimidating because like I didn't expect it. You know what I mean? So it's like when I looked and I'm like, dude, we've only been like a legit band for like 4 months, and like our first single has over 10,000 streams. Like that's big for me. So like I don't know how I would be like if we were one of those like huge like money maker bands. I don't know how it would feel to me because like that it wouldn't change anything. Like, you know what I mean? Like I'd be doing the shit for the same, like I'd be doing the same shit for the same reasons with the same people. So like, and I've went through shit like that where it's like signing to a major label, going on big tours. Like I people that let that shit go to their head are kind of weird in my opinion because it's just something that happens. It literally doesn't change anything. You sign that contract, your life is the exact same. You're going to your job. You know what I mean? Like you're doing all this normal shit that you're normally doing. Like it doesn't change anything. So like if I got to the point where it did change thing, I think the only thing I would ever feel is relief. Cause like then it's like I can look at my kids and go chase your dreams and not feel like a fucking liar. You know what I mean? And that's really the only reason I'm still doing this shit. Like I for a little bit, like before I saw God, like I stopped music. I left Thus Spoke Zarathustra. I was just gonna like work a job and try to be a family man, but it's not me. Like, not that being a family man isn't me, but it's like that path of
You need
like,
that
I'm gonna go get a
important.
9 to 5. And yeah, like
Right.
it's like I feel like I can do this because this is the one thing that I'm good at, and I feel like if I can succeed at it, they will do greater things than I ever could because they will have had the role model in front of them to lay out the recipe of like,
Yep.
look, all you have to do is become obsessed with something and do it. And
Yeah.
do it for you. Don't do it for anybody. Don't do it for praise. Don't do it because you want anything. Do it because you love it and continue to grow and continue to find a way to do it better and better and better. And not by anyone's standards, but by your standards. Compete with yourself until you are where you want to be, and then find the next door and go through that. That's really all I want now is for them. It's like it's all legacy at this point if you
Yes.
think about it. You know what I mean? Like once you have kids, it's like, yeah, I want to do the things that I want to do, but they're what keeps me humble because at the end of the day, like it doesn't matter if I'm Kardashian rich, I'm still their dad.
Yeah.
And that's first for me. You know what I mean? So
That's a
like
beautiful thing, man.
I
That's a
don't think
beautiful thing.
Sugar, so this is what I got.
oh yeah, we got the strawberry pineapple dole. What is that?
Dark
Just-
raspberry.
Oh,
Hey.
Starburst blue raspberry drink mix. Let's
Hell yeah.
go.
That sounds very
They didn't
diabetic but
have
delicious.
much at the dollar store in the next 2 weeks.
You're closing.
No, they close on the 22nd, February 22nd. No, Nikki said in about 2 weeks the laundry detergent and the soap and the food and everything will go on sale. That's what that meant, not included.
Oh, and the sale.
Yeah.
The local Dollar General that like every two is closing down in our town, and it's like a big deal right now.
Oh, shit.
It's like where everybody, yeah, dude, it's like where most people get their groceries and shit here for real. Because like the closest next place is Food Lion, but that's like a little bit of ways. So
Food
for,
line,
Right.
for
man.
people who live in town, it just sucks. Like
Yeah.
I'm like, what the? Because like for all the people in town that don't have cars, like we don't have a car right now. So like Dollar General has been like the look for like milk, eggs, like all that bread, like cereals, shit like that, like shit for the kids, like. So it's like it sucks that they're shutting down because it's like literally I could throw a rock and hit that place from my front door. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's just been so convenient, but now they're shutting down. But the cool part about that is like what she was just saying. This is my fiance, but she was she was telling me like they're about to put like all the food and stuff on sale, so we're gonna come up on some snacks and whatnot.
Hey,
This
let's
says
go.
immunity, vitamin C, and zinc in it, so this is healthy for
It's got zinc in it, so I'm not gonna shake. Hell yeah.
Well, I do believe that after, getting a little bit warmed up in these colder months, definitely colder for Finn and Zach over here, I think we're going to go ahead and jump back into the EP. That way we can go ahead and get the front to back session conquered. And then by all freaking means, gentlemen, we'll go ahead and get right back into the more casual conversations. Get through some of the questionnaire.
There is a feature.
Oh,
there is a feature on this song. Yeah, I was gonna kind of let you know as we get to the ones. Yeah, that has Austin Hayes from Heavy Hitter on it.
Oh shit! Okay, cool. Badass, dude.
Hell yeah.
I was trying to get them on the show, but I haven't really gotten a response. Hopefully, you can be like, "Hey, they're trying to get you on the show for your EP, dude." They're like, "Oh, okay, cool," because they're about to embark on tour with Victims and shit. So, no, Heavy Hitter's fucking good though. But, dude, all right. All right.
The cult song getting
okay. Cool. Man, that was
my
good.
phone's real finicky. Get it?
Not hearing,
Finicky.
I'm not hearing at all.
Oh.
You can't hear nothing.
No, I can hear you, but I can't hear Sean.
Oh, Sean's having technical difficulties again.
Hula.
Commonplace.
There it is. We all hear the voice back.
That
He
was.
said it went so hard it shut everything down.
Yeah. Dude.
It was the 808s.
Shut it all down. Whoa, shut it down now.
Dude, that EP was fucking fantastic, man. That was really good.
That brings back a lot of memories for me.
Yeah. I think my favorite...
That took me back to like 06, 07, going to my first show and like, catching a fucking spin kick in the mouth. I'm here for it, dude.
This was definitely like fully intended to be like VFW mosh music, like break out the shorts and the jersey.
Yeah. Oh, back when you could do shows at a VFW hall and shit, before we had all these wonderful venues now that take fucking merch cuts and pay to play shit.
Dude, I remember when there wasn't venues. That's crazy that you say that, because like I remember that shit. Like I remember when it was all like dive bars and then like VFWs or like town halls, country clubs and shit.
Never get bored. You should Google. It used to be here in Columbus. It's gone now, but it was called Bernie's Distillery, and it was a fucking little.
I played, where the fuck did I play in Ohio? I played at Dirty Dungarees, that laundromat.
Oh, I'm so sorry. That laundromat?
I liked it, but it was funny because, like, so many kids came, and I was just, like, hilarious to me. I was like, we're in a laundry. Like, the whole time I was playing the set, like, there's a video of it. So we're set up here, right? And then beyond us, it's, like, the area, there's, like, that little on our left.
Yeah,
and then the room out there where the laundromat is. Yeah. And like, bro, I literally like, if you ever in the video, bro, I'm literally like, look, I'm playing and I'll be like headbanging and I'll look and I'll see like the laundry machines and shit and I'll just start bagging up, dude.
When did you
guys, it was the funniest.
When did you guys get it?
I want to say last winter was when I played there. I forget who it was with.
That fucking show, dude.
That was with Us Spoke Zarathustra. That was sick because I went over
that fucking show, dude.
That's beast, yo.
I was at that fucking show because that's one of the local venues close to me.
That's so beast,
dude. I'm pretty sure I was at that show. I'm trying to remember who all you guys played with.
I forget too, bro. Like I'm the worst with that shit. I remember like different shit because like all I remember was that like I remember playing the set, but I also remember there was those 2 record stores that are right by there. So we went to the one that's right across the street and we checked that out. And then there was a record store like a couple blocks up, and it was like on like the main strip, like where the main street is, like where the venue. There's like
Magnolia Thunder Pussy. Yep, Magnolia Thunder Pussy and Used Kids.
Yeah, yep.
That's
Kids
my
records.
stuff.
I remember. Yep.
City so well. That's crazy, dude. Because I think I was at that show because if memory serves me right, you guys were either playing with one of the locals here that I'm friends with, either Samara or Domestic Terror. I can't remember which one it was, but I'm pretty sure I was at that show.
That was a good show.
That's so wild. You get dirty dungarees.
Yeah, bro. I like that venue. That's the shit that I live for. Like that's like real deathcore venue. Like
Oh, dude, you should have seen it. Like they started remodeling it last year, probably before you guys went out there. You should have seen it before, dude. There was like body inlays and fucking drywall and shit. People get fucking just smashed in the fucking walls and shit. Like the PA system there is garbage, dude. Their sound
bro,
system.
I couldn't hear shit. I couldn't hear a fucking thing.
There's no acoustic.
Dude, I was just so glad that like I was so close to the drums because I was like, at least this is keeping me on time.
Right.
I was like, that's all that matters. Like I might not be able to hear myself, but I need to play in time. That is big.
So crazy, dude.
That venue was tight. Like it was weird walking in there though, because like I saw it was a laundromat and I didn't know what to expect. And I immediately took a picture with the Aqua Teen Hunger Force graffiti that's in that group. Yeah, bro. I immediately took a picture with that, and then I headed into the venue. We took the mission, and I was like looking around, and I was like, "This is so sick." It's like we're literally playing at a fucking laundromat right now.
It's like laundromat / bar /
yeah, dude. That was wild too. I was like, I've never seen a laundromat / bar. I was like, that's fucking wild. I was like, Ohio is crazy, bro. It's not just for lovers.
What was that band back in the day? A Night to Dismember. Ohio was for killers. Ohio was for killers. Oh man, that's so wild, dude. So we probably crossed paths and didn't even realize it. It's so fucking funny.
That is wild as shit. You look mad familiar. I think you were standing outside smoking a cigarette, but I swear to God, I think you were at that show. Like the more I look at you,
I probably
definitely seen you.
I probably
That's
was. Dude. I'm
wild.
one of those assholes, especially at that venue, dude. Like, 'cause it's so small. There's usually like 5 to 10 of us that go really hard at that venue. So I'm one of those assholes right up in the front, just shoving motherfuckers back. Like my buddy Danny Gates to Hell played there, and he had a fucking bruise on the side of his face where he'd gotten kicked in the face and knocked out. So he had a fucking perfect waffle bruise inlay from the bottom of a fucking band shoe on the side of his face for like, oh,
dude, I bet a lot of people were there. That shit was probably wild. I bet that place was packed for Gates to Hell. That's crazy.
Dude, there's been some decently big bands that have played there, and it's so wild because it's like there's no room there at all. Like
they're a cool venue though. Like I remember, so I'm not the settle up person for that band. So like I'm just like a background play guitar guy in that band. Like from what I remember hearing, like they were really good about like treating the bands good and like all that shit. So, like they were really fucking cool. And like it was, bro, those tours were wild because like I haven't toured like since the original wave of this shit. So like it's just wild. Like now it's a bunch of kids that are our age or when we started this shit. You know what I mean? Like, and that shit is so trippy for me. Like I talked about, I was on another podcast and I was, bro, like it's wild being on stage and looking at them and being like, you're literally me when I was your age, and then looking at you and being like, you're like, that shit is just so wild. Like I'm like, this is trading places because I remember being that when I was that age. Yeah. So like, but for real, it just makes me like, I be trying to do cool shit. Like when we play with like young bands, like we played with this band and they were really good, bro. They were from Tennessee and like they sounded like Code Orange kind of, and like they it was like this little girl playing guitar, a vocalist, a bass player, and a drummer, right? And they all went off, bro, like gnarly kids. But they pulled up with like a combo amp and like some shit, and they were gonna like plug direct into the the stage shit for the bass. And I was like, nah, yo, we let them use like our shit. Full rigs, like all that shit, and they sounded crazy. And like it's shit like that that I feel like I never experienced that. Nobody ever did that for me. You know what I mean? So imagine like how like hype that like that's gonna be like a core memory for them with like the music scene. You know what I mean? And being in the position to where like I can do that because these kids are young and like they think like I think that's another thing too. Like their perception of shit. Like your band will get like a bunch of likes online, so they'll be like, "Oh, you're in this big band." And like in reality, you're like not at all. But like because of the perception of that, I try
Right.
to be like the cool big brother. Like you know what I mean? Like I'm gonna look out for you because then when they're inevitably in my position, they're gonna be better artists. You know what I mean? They're gonna be better members of the shit like that. So like it's cool being in that position, like being the old head now. Like
Yeah, it's kind of weird too, though, isn't it?
yeah, it is weird, bro, because I don't feel like I'm that old. But then, like, when kids come to shows and they're like, I wasn't even born when this happened. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, that shit is
Like,
trippy for me, bro. I'm like,
there's a whole
I
generation
did,
of kids that doesn't even remember Mitch Luker. You
yeah,
know,
bro,
like,
for real. It's like kids being able, like, to come up to me and be like, oh, you saw them live. That's crazy. And, like, for same for you. Like, you saw them live, bro. Like, to kids, like, that's like crazy to be able to talk to somebody like you or me because that's the closest that they'll get to being able to, you know what I mean? Like to experience a secondhand like that. And it's
right.
like cool how much they appreciate that shit because it really is like looking back in time, bro. It's like us when we were kids. Like you remember getting a CD and being obsessed, like hoping like they had a cool album booklet and shit like that. Like that's how all these kids are now, bro. And just for real, 'cause like it's like everything you could hope to see, and it's like to me, what I see is it's like this shit is in good hands, bro. It's gonna be, they're gonna keep it going.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that shit is dope. Like,
I hope
cause I be
so.
looking at all these young bands, bro. Like, have you guys heard like Amulet or Reverent or In Which Divides Us?
No.
Bro, they're all these high school age kids making these crazy ass bands that are like blowing up in the underground right now. And it's literally like watching like Chelsea Grin and all the bands pop off when we were teenagers, like watching that shit happen on MySpace. It's like the same thing again, and it's so fucking cool, bro. Like it's the coolest thing in the world.
That is cool.
No,
You'll
it's
definitely have
wild
to
to
link
see
us
it.
all the bands and like send that shit over on Instagram. That way we get educated.
Oh yeah,
That
I
way
have
we get informed.
actually I got you right now. I'm about to send you a link. I have a Spotify playlist I made with like all of the revival bands.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah, I
Hell
be
yeah.
trying to do stuff like that so where like people can listen. You know what I mean? Like so when I promote my shit, I'm not like just promoting my shit.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Hell yeah.
And whilst you're doing that, whilst you're kind of sifting through the pages and getting us those links, okay, now we get into the Anatomy Crosscast. We've had plenty of opportunity to kind of get warmed up despite how cold it is on all sides of this call, really. Them being on the East Coast, me being on the West Coast. It's a little bit warmer over here, you know. I'm not dealing with the snow. I'm not dealing with the beautiful parts of the winter season where less, well, they have multiple inches of snow. So I'll have to make do. I'll have to compromise, and maybe one of these days, once I have the capabilities to, I'll just fucking go up north and record a crosscast session instead. That way I can kind of relate, kind of compare to their weather conditions, and maybe even be in the snow, just like, this is Sean Cross with the Anatomy Crosscast up on the Mogollon Rim. I think there's a skinny behind me, but we're making this happen. Maybe even get into a mosh session with the skinny, fucking piss it off a little bit more. Because continuing upon that story briefly, Zach, I like my contributions, right? You mentioned yours. Well, I've been within a yard's distance from one who was perfectly mimicking my buddy, and he was like trying to lure me out of my tent. But if you believe in Squatch, I'm pretty sure because Arizona, in theory, I have a theory that it's like kind of a battleground state for those two species of sentience beyond us. Well, basically, there was a elder female Squatch that there's a known Squatch up on the Mogollon Rim, but everybody calls it the Mogollon Monster because apparently she has glowing red eyes. No, she doesn't. She's just an old lady. She's been there for a long time, and she doesn't put up with anybody's shit. But the first time in October of 2023, me and my buddy went up there. We're talking about it. We're having active conversation. Whole bunch of stuff happened in the middle of the night. I've talked about it before in the podcast. That's why I'm speed running through it. But let's just say that I'm pretty sure I was at the battlegrounds and I was at the epicenter of a spiritual battle between them. Like, hey, you can't kill them. Yes, I can. Blah, 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 blah. And they were kind of going back and forth. But most importantly, the skinny was perfectly imitating my buddy in the middle of the night and trying to lure me out of my tent. And then something was circling his tent for like half an hour straight and only left when the sun began to rise up. Continuing that story then, a year later, we went up to the same place. It was 2 a.m. We were getting closer to the campsite. A lone out of season, because it was orange, a lone coyote emerged out onto the road. I was the only one who saw it. And this thing proceeded to grimace at me like an actual person. Like, what are you doing up here? But then darted off the road. And not only that, but it actually kind of dissolved and floated off the road. So I'm like, that's not a fucking coyote, but it should be okay. We go to camp. We get everything set up. We're almost getting set up. And then from the same direction of that coyote, we hear, well, basically the same scream that I heard in the middle of the night the first time that broke silence between two packs of coyotes. It was like an old lady scream. And we just heard that in the same cardinal direction, in the same area where that coyote was, and we left. We just shot off the mountain, because the moment we parked too, well, I got a low tire pressure warning for my vehicle when it hadn't happened before. The moment we stopped, I got a low tire pressure warning, and I said, that should be okay. We heard the scream. I got chills up my spine despite it being like 26 degrees that night, and heard something circling our entire circumference, as if like people were off in the darkness. And once we heard that scream off in the distance, that's when we left.
And that's a real thing. Because like growing up in Maryland, like we're close to like the Appalachians, and like there's just weird shit that happens in the woods, bro. Like that, I've been in the woods and heard people going, "Help, help."
Yep.
But it's like, you know, that like, and it's crazy because when I see videos of that shit, it gives me chills. Like even when it's a fake ass video, because it's like when you really experience that, it is really wild. Like because when this shit happened to me, it was me and my sister, and she dead, so she was the only other person that was ever there, so nobody else can confirm this. But we was kids and we were on my grandparents' farm. They used to have 180 acres. And we would just go out in the woods and just fuck off. You know what I mean? Just make forts and whatever. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
90 kid shit. But I remember we were out there one time and there was like the middle of the day, but there was like this shadowy figure like going like this from behind a tree. And then like it went, "Hey, help." But it wasn't like literally like that. Like it didn't sound like somebody being like, "Help me," like literally, because you know, like the urgency that comes with somebody saying help. It was literally just like, "Help, hey, help."
Yo.
Dude, and we booked it because my grandparents used to have like ATVs, like because you have a lot of property like that, you need something to like traverse around the property. So like they had these like 4x4 like Grizzly, like the big ass ATVs. So we like were on one of them. And we had got off and we booked it back to that shit and just gunned it. And it was like, I never went in them woods without my granddad ever again, bro. Like that shit was it. And even like as a grown man, bro, I won't unless I'm strapped. Like I gotta have something, especially now with my kids. Like I don't, you know what I mean? Like fuck that. There's shit that goes on. It's like we've been conditioned to just accept that in society is what is reality. But bro, there's some other shit out there for real, like, and I don't understand it, but I know it's out there for sure. You know what I mean? So that shit you were talking about the camping story, yo, that would have been horrifying. That's like, what the hell? You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? And that shit, things like that, it could have been like that.
Oh,
this presence there was enough to ward it off. You know what I mean? And be like, oh,
Right.
it's like those things are territorial. It's like a lion isn't.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's
No,
the same type of shit.
Dude, there were so many details too to add to that first story. Like it's kind of crazy. Like not only
That's
did we
wild.
have someone protecting our camp or something protecting our camp, but the thing is, like, I didn't see anything. I tried to go outside my tent.
You're not supposed to see it or anything.
Right.
Yeah, that's the golden rule. You heard something? No, the fuck you didn't. You saw something? No, the fuck you didn't.
Right.
I live in Appalachian area. We have rules.
Yeah, exactly. No,
you were whistling in the woods. No, you didn't.
No, no, it was
not unless you started it.
No, it was like, honestly, the thing is too, we returned there last year because I was like, there's no way that happened. Like, of course, I've always been open to this. I've always been sensitive to this. But the thing is, you tell enough people that story. Yeah, and there are a couple people who are like, that didn't happen, dude. Like, there's no way. There's no way you ran into a skitty. I'm like,
then you start to rationalize it. You go, oh, maybe they were right. You know what I mean? Maybe I was just seeing shit, or maybe I was tired. Because you get that distance between you and the situation happening, and it's like, it's so unreal to even to you, it starts to become unreal. Like, did that really happen?
Yeah.
Like, no, trust me, I completely understand. I've seen a ghost too, bro. Like when my grandma died, like it was my great grandma. It was the day that she died, bro. It was upstairs. She was downstairs in hospice, right? And like this was literally an hour before that they said that she was dead. So I guess that she had already died, or like I don't know what the soul does when it leaves the body. You know what I mean? But I was like 8 years old, and I was upstairs, and my grandma and her mom both had the same bathroom. They got like matching bathrooms. Pick up the laundry and just do shit. Well, like the room that I stayed in, my grandparents, on the outside of that room, there was like you walk out, the immediately right next to it is a bathroom, right? So the lights off in the bathroom. See my grandma in her bathroom, like I see my grandma's bathroom, bent over like she's picking laundry up because it was out of the thing. And I was like, Mom, what are you doing? And she answered me, but she was downstairs.
Whoa.
And that shit, bro, and I was 8 years old. I'll never.
Yeah, fair enough, dude.
That was wild. Like, I never.
I wanted to point out something pretty fun too that just happened. Not that it has any correlation, but we're talking about ghosts and stuff. I kid you not. Like, of course, I'm pretty sure your house, Zach, isn't haunted, but there was an orb that like kind of went from there to there and just went out of frame. I'm like, oh shit, that'd be pretty ironic if she's following you around. But
I mean, probably I had my first daughter passed away too, so like I always feel like something with me.
Oh shit!
So, like,
okay. Well,
I like to think of it like a guardian angel or something. That's how it feels. You know what I mean? It feels like there's this like source of light around me. You know what I mean? But
yeah.
That's that would explain it. You know what I mean?
What if we just got?
But there's
on the Crosscast.
There was a dude that died in this house. There's a dude that died in this house too, though. So it could be that.
That's Finn, bro. Finn.
Yeah.
Did we just get a ghost on me Crosscast? That'd be so crazy, man.
Probably.
That's really
probably
cool, actually. That's really rewarding. That's why this is gonna be a good session, people. Fucking good shit.
I probably was too, because like that stuff is wild. Like you can't see it with your eye, but you can see it through a camera and shit. I don't know what it is about like cameras, but it is wild, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I agree.
The shop is incredibly haunted. The shop I stay at when I'm here in town is so fucking haunted, dude. It's in a historical district, and before it was a tattoo shop, it was a paint shop. And the guy that owned it, I don't know what the whole deal was, but the guy that owned it ended up hanging himself in the basement, which is where, when we stay in town, where our living quarters is, downstairs. Wow. So, like, there's been times that I've been in, not just here, but also one of the bars down the road, there was also another suicide down there. So, like, Sean, you know, like, my coworker up here, you know, like 2 weeks ago, that whole deal.
Yeah.
And it's been even more active here at the shop since then.
Wow.
Like, the other night, I came back. I was already having a bad fucking day. And like I caught something out of my peripheral because the basement's huge. I caught something in my peripheral and then something like made a noise. And I'm like, listen, I'm not in the fucking mood tonight. And then just rolled over and went to sleep. I was like, I'm not in the fucking mood tonight. But no, this place is like for real haunted. And now, you know, because of what happened with Corey, you know, I think Corey is still stuck here too. So it's even more active now.
Shit. Well, I mean,
That's
Ben, I don't think
dude.
I've actually ever asked this before, but I mean, the Anatomy Crosscast, I definitely want to expand in the near future and, you know, like minds, right? Like-minded people. Do you have any, like, kind of spooky stories or any, like, ghost stories or, like, cryptid encounters that you've had in the past? I don't think you've ever
Of
asked me
course,
that
man.
before.
I am a cryptid. I am a cryptid. Of course I have cryptid encounters every day of my life, dude. I'm out in the fucking woods with a fucking shawl on and a fucking like skull mask, and I'm like screaming in a mud and rock language every day of my life, dude.
Bro,
You know, like
he was literally at the Battle of Helm's Deep.
yeah, exactly. I do have some stories, mostly when I was a kid. You know, not so much now as an adult. For whatever reason, now as an adult, things don't really seem to bother me as much. I don't know if it's just because like the persona that I put off that I'm just like, you know, fuck off and leave me alone. I'm here for
Probably,
whatever
yeah.
reason I'm here for. But, you know, I still, every once in a while, like, I'll get like disembodied, like here at the shop especially, I'll get disembodied voices, like shit saying my name. And I'm like, I don't want to talk to you. Like, I'm such an asshole back. I'm like, we're not talking. I don't want to talk to you. But living so close to Appalachia, you know, you get taught, like, I'm kind of an asshole. We go to this spot out here called Moonville. It's an abandoned train tunnel. There's two of them, and it used to roll coal through the town and shit. There was only like less than 100 people in this town, but apparently there was like a lot of deaths there through this train tunnel. People walking through it in the early 1900s, and like a couple suicides, a couple murders. So like when I go out there, I go out with it's a 3D printed Aztec death whistle, and like so I'll go out in the middle of this tunnel and blow that shit. Or I'll fucking start whistling. And like my friends are like, dude, you're such an asshole. I'm like, dude, why? And they're like, well, what if it attracts something? Because like I do believe in like skinnies and shit. But like they're like, what if it attracts something? I'm like, then I'll fucking fist fight it, dude. I've always wondered what that'd be like. You know, like they're like, well, why are you testing the waters and shit? I'm like, why the fuck not, dude? At this point, you know, like we're told not to see anything, not to hear anything. I'm like, well, if nothing's here for me to see it, nothing's here for me to hear it, then I guess I didn't see it or hear it, did I? You know, like, but I video when I go out there. So I'm like, I'm always trying to get responses out of things. I've never had anything I have had extreme paranormal experiences out there once, but other than that, like not really too much out there.
Right.
But I do love like that whole atmosphere.
Yeah, for real. Well, I mean, now I know for sure that whenever I visit Columbus, that I'm with someone who likes to start shit when it comes to doing dark matter investigations. We just have to go to that tunnel. He's like, fucking bed, dude. Like, you know, definitely
Yeah, fucking
shit.
in the middle of the tunnel, a skinny pops up like fucking pussy. Like,
You're the guy that keeps coming out here and doing that shit.
He's the
yeah,
reason
they
Appalachians
know
are
they
still
know me.
active.
They know me out there. They're like, oh god, it's this asshole again.
It's the
Like,
York. It's York.
how much did they drink before they drove out here? Like, because I'm never the DD when we go out there, so I usually get like trashed on the 45-minute drive there. So by the time we get out there, I'm like stumbling around in the fucking dirt. And now this time of year with all the ice and shit, I'm like stumbling around, and it's like, oh god, this drunk son of a bitch again. Like, oh yeah, where were you at when you missed my soccer game, you fucking asshole? Like,
Bro, you know who does not play about that shit? Natives, bro. They do not play about that
I
shit
get why.
at all. Not one bit.
Especially out
yeah,
in Arizona.
no, like.
Mm-mm.
I got a lot of native buddies up this way that are the same way about it. They're like, dude, if you want to, that's on you, but I have no part of this. I'm like, I mean,
they straight up leave, bro. Like straight up
they're
leave. Like they're like, nope.
they're like, you're fucking crazy. I'm like, dude, I'm Russian, Scandinavian, and German. Of course, I'm fucking crazy, dude. Like the Scandinavian in me, especially. I'm just like, oh, I want to test the waters. Let's see what happens.
Let the gods be witness to my summoning.
half of your like ancestral heritage is literally just like barren Arctic wasteland. You're probably not afraid of anything. Like deep in your DNA, it's just not there.
I guess that's why I'm walking around in 6-degree weather in a short sleeve right now.
Like, oh, this feels normal. I have friends like that, bro, that are like they have like the same like heritage, like Icelandic stuff, and they'll do the same shit, just walk around in the winter with, oh, just the air can, like, what the fuck? Like, I'm dying in a coat.
Yeah.
I think we're just predispositioned. And I think like acclimation is a real thing. So like you get acclimated to shit. Like the first week of this shit when we were having like 60, 70 degree days before, or 50, 60 degree days. Yeah, it probably sucked for the first few days to try to acclimate to it. But I think over time we just get used to it, you know, like the day we had the level 3 snow warning after we got like 14 inches that first time. I walked up to the gas station and it's like right around the corner. It's like a 10-minute walk. And I was walking around, I was on a FaceTime and like the snow's still coming. So I just got like snow in my beard and shit, snow in my hair, all over my jacket. And like, they're like, if you weren't the definition of a fucking goddamn Northman, I don't know what is. Like just shaking the snow off you, like out of your beard and shit. I'm like, I'm here for it, dude. Like, I'm like, maybe I should get some beads and a couple French braids in my fucking beard. It's long enough now.
That's a
I've
crazy
had my
thing,
shit
man.
pretty long before, and that shit is like so crazy. Like if you're outside like working or something, like I've had my shit like about the length of yours before, and like, bro, it's crazy because like all the moisture shit just turns to ice, yo. You're just like walking around like a face full of ice. It's like the most like masculine shit. Like, you're just like, walking them Grizzly Adams. What's up?
Dude, that's why I'm so fortunate the last year that like I've been on the regimen. I've been like working out and like I finally am starting to look like my heritage now. I'm up to 175 pounds. I'm getting fucking like cock diesel and shit again now. And I'm like, all right, so now I need to braid my fucking beard, like the 2 braids and the beads and shit, and have my hair fucking Viking braided and shit, and then just like, like, unga bunga.
Fucking like freebasing creatine and be that techno Viking. You remember that video?
Oh, yeah.
Ass Viking dude dancing in the parade. That's like one of my favorite viral videos ever.
Yeah, some of this shit.
Yeah, there you go.
Some of that shit. Dude, I looked into that dude a couple years back because I was like, whatever fucking happened to this guy? And I heard the whole story about how that came to be. And I guess he was like a woodsman. Like he like cut trees and shit, like a fucking lumberjack. And they had been on like a 2 or 3 day drinking and cocaine bender. And he was coming into town for this festival. And I guess some dude was harassing some girl, and that's why he was pointing in the video. He's like, I was pointing at the guy, telling him to fucking leave, and like getting him out of the situation, and like walking with them. And he goes like, "Fuck it, I'm here." You know, he's like, so I just got into it. Like that whole war was crazy.
Dude, he was literally like, "Get the fuck out," while like breaking it down. I was like, "Nah, you can't say nothing to that man." And he was buff as hell too. I'm like, "You really can't say nothing to this dude." Like,
you're gonna pick a fight in the wall.
Yeah, it's crazy because you know, like if you met that dude, he's probably like the nicest dude ever. Like,
right. That's usually how it goes.
Imagine that dad lure. Like, imagine being that guy and then like having children and like their kids don't know their dad is the techno.
No, that shit's great.
Oh, I'm so here for it. So here for it.
The thing is, too, not even like 3 months ago now. I mean, it was kind of my aesthetic. Finn, what would you say? I was about like right here or something with my beard. Like I have a pretty long beard, but
yeah. Now you got the James Hetfield. Fuck it, I'll let the cat lick it off mustache.
I'll continue growing out the beard once I move out east. It's just I'm not comfortable doing it out here. I'm like,
this coming from the guy.
I might as well look like Sam Elliott or Wyatt Earp while I'm still here.
This coming from the guy that was like, you better not shave your fucking beard. You better not fucking shave that shit. Giving me so much shit, and then you fucking shave it. Like, you got that perfect, like, 1980s, like, hair metal, thrash metal fucking mustache going on right now. Like, you look like you're about to slam a PBR and, like, come out in a fucking crop top with a fucking bullet belt or some shit. I love that for you.
When you said Wyatt Earp, I immediately saw it and I was like, damn, you really do look like Wyatt Earp right now. It's kind of badass.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that because Finn was talking about his lineage and his heritage and stuff. Mine actually roots back to Scotland. That's the main thing. If you've ever seen the movie Braveheart or Outlaw King,
Yes.
I'm related to people in those films, indirectly. And Outlaw King, let's see, what's the actor? Aaron Taylor Johnson. He plays a guy who was a real person. His name was James Douglas, because I don't mind. I did a little bit of digging, and apparently I'm not directly related to him, but I'm related to people who were in conflict with him. There was a clan civil war between the Red and Black Douglases, and then the Red Douglases who were left, they would leave Scotland, come down to the UK, London, Britain at the time, and then they would hop over to America. But the thing is, I'm also related to Hamilton, as in Alexander Hamilton. So, pretty cool shit. Yeah. And I'm related to one of the first people who ever conquered Mount Everest, actually, which is super sick. And he did that by plane at the time because, well, the technology wasn't there for people to traverse the mountain on their own. So he was actually the first to fly a mountain over, or fly a mountain over Mount Everest, right? Fly a plane over Mount Everest. So I've always thought that was pretty cool. But
I don't think that's been replicated. He's the only one.
yeah,
Not
exactly.
that it's cool that you say Scottish though, because like I've done like the deep dive on my family history too, and there's like a missing. Like I don't understand how we got to Poland and ended up in fucking concentration camps. Because like the earliest I could trace it was Scottish, but like not Scottish. Like you know how they had like the tribes. Like there was like just the people in the hills that you didn't fuck with, and they were like the gypsies kind of. Like that was what my family was. They got conscription. This was like back to the Crusades though, like that time.
Yeah.
So England came and like took all the men and were like, hey, fight in the Crusades now. They didn't die. None of the men from my family died. They came back. They were given a plot of land, and then forget what the fuck else happened. But then like there's like a massive block, and then Poland Holocaust. I'm like, what the fuck?
So,
like how we end up winning? We won in the day. We won one war. We had to lose another one.
I mean, a lot of people did at that time, so fair enough.
But we didn't. My family, huh?
Oh, I was just about to ask: is your last name pronounced Diebold?
Yes.
That's fucking
cool. So there is German too. So like that's the name is from the German side.
I see.
But then my mother's side is the Polish. But yeah, so it's hilarious having family that was like literally. So I had family that was in the concentration camps for helping to like hide people from the Nazis, right?
I see.
And then I had people on my other side of my family that were literally a part of that whole shit. And like, yeah, so but I'll be real, like it's interesting like hearing both sides from like passed down from the first hand shit. Cause like when you understand like what Hitler did to get into power, it's like wild because bro really wasn't like killing all the Jews until like the very end. Like then everybody was like, oh, what the fuck? Because even my family, like they were like, we didn't know that was happening. They were like, it was very like, we don't want government jobs to be held by foreigners. We want German culture to be German. Like it was very like what you see in America today, like pretty much the shit that Donald Trump said. You know what I mean? And it was like that basically same thing happened. They were like, we want our economy to be good. You know what I mean? Like all this shit had happened and fucked their whole system up. So he was like basically literally saying the same shit Donald Trump went fucking left. Like so like he had all these people that like followed him based on policy, and then he just started doing a bunch of nut shit. So like You had the people that stayed because it was comfortable. You had the people that stayed out of necessity because they would have fucking died. And then you had the people like today, that just like, well, I don't know if that's true. You know what I mean? Like, so it's weird to like hear it from like the first hand basis from like people who were literally who told their kids and like, because this is like my family. It is like passed down. You know what I mean? And like it's crazy to like hear both sides. And I also think it's like wild, like the fact that I exist, like from each side of the family. Like that shit is so weird.
You're a product
Like,
of both sides of a very, very important point in world history.
dude, and it's wild. Like, because I feel like being able to understand that side of World War II, like on a much more personal note, it's very like cool, like to be able to see it through that lens instead. This is what the history book said, because like my family was like, yeah, that a lot of the shit they said didn't happen. Like, because every country has their own version of what happened, right? But like the people that were really there have like a whole different, like it's like all the same shit, just a different way, and some shit here that didn't happen, or some shit that's glossed up. It's wild, bro. Like the history book version is like watching like a like you know how they'll have like dramatization of documentaries and they'll like gloss shit up. It's like that's what they do in the history books, and it's like they'll take an event and go, we're gonna make ourselves seem good by our involvement, not really like higher truth of what actually happened. And it's fucking crazy. Like it's really crazy because I feel like not to glorify Hitler
Right.
and just be like that was it's fucked up because like that shit could happen today very easily. Like if you see like how politicians are, that shit could easily happen. Just they don't see that there's people that are in power.
Yeah. No, that's always
You know what I mean? And it's wild. Like that's why I appreciate the fact that one sense. Then I'm like, it happened very easily because he went, oh well, this is about. Now I'm gonna do my thing.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's
So
fucking wild, and it's crazy how easily it can do that.
yeah, one thing I
Like
did
I
want
mean,
to
look.
vocalize is that your mic's been cutting out like every now and then. I don't know if it's a thing for you, Finn, but your mic's been
Yeah,
cutting out. Okay,
yeah.
it's been cutting out a good
It's probably
portion
'cause
for the both of us. You're good. You're good. Um, there was like just a little space in between at first, but now it seems the space is like kind of growing. So hopefully that will change.
I hope it didn't do some shit where I said some shit, but it only let y'all hear some part where it
Right.
made me sound like a real asshole. Like,
Podcast episode gets here. It's like
that is
canceled.
not what I meant.
You. All of you are canceled.
Can't be
All of
canceled
you are-
for nothing cancelable, right, gentlemen?
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and then get into the Anatomy Crosscast questionnaire as we continue to get cozy, because this is like definitely one of those sessions where we just kind of go with the flow and we're learning about each other as if it's the first date, and for whatever reason we're a three-pull. And you know, it's me and Finn
That's right.
hosting. It's me and Finn taking Zach out. We got to bring the flowers and the champagne and shit. Finn's got a Red Bull.
No, I'm taking both of you out. I'm definitely a top.
Okay. Yeah. Let's take it. Why not? Why not? So really,
Don't
as
worry.
we're continuing to
I'll bait.
as we're getting into the questionnaire, then I mean, question one, we're already getting to know you a lot, Zach. Especially after this EP, we've talked plenty. Go ahead and give us like a 10 to 20 minute roadmap of what you think is relevant so far in your journey as a musician and getting into music. And I want you to attempt to go ahead and talk and touch up on the lore for both EyeSawGod and your other project. Like the name is so long that even I'm not being able to remember it, but let's go ahead and learn about your relevant roadmap in both of these bands. You getting into music, take 10 to 20 minutes. Take it away, sir.
All right. So like for me, like I told you guys before, there was that local venue, the Harmony Grange, and like that exposed me to like all of this culture. And I was young. Like I was like 11 when I first started going to shows and stuff. I was 14 when I was in my first band. So like I can definitely relate to like a lot of these young kids coming up now because like I was the same, like I was young as shit too when I first started. So like but yeah, like seeing bands like the Acacia Strain and A Mirror and Suicide Silence and stuff like that, like seeing it live and just before the whole huge influx of the digital age, like that was really like my big thing. The first thing that got me in a band, I did guest vocals for the 40-second Ego by Arsonist Get All the Girls live, and there were dudes in the crowd that were forming a band, and they were like, so like that's how I started music, and I was a vocalist for a lot of years, and then I fucked my voice up, so I was like, well, I want to keep playing music, so I started learning about like sure and stuff like that, and writing and all that, and then me and the guys, some of the guys that are in Thus Spoke, but the founding member especially, we were in a band together for 7 years. And that kind of is what led into Spoke. He ended up writing, he writes all that stuff. And I don't blame you for not being able to. So like it's fully like a known thing that like it's a name.
Yeah, your
Cool,
mic's
so, like-
continuing to cut out, Zach.
Oh man, yeah, it might be my crappy laptop mic. Let me see if I can switch over because I have a recording mic, so I might be able to use that.
Okay. Do you want us to go ahead and pause until you get that figured out?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm in the haunted basement, by the way.
Oh, fucking lit, dude.
I went downstairs.
Sweet. All right, we're back. And then I'm going to go full screen. That way you guys don't see the chats on the side that you don't need to see because that's my personal shit. So, Zach, where we were last leaving off, I think if I was hearing the words between the spaces well enough, you were talking about your other band, right? And you're like, yeah, I get it. The band name's pretty long, so not a lot of people remember, or something like that. That's kind of how I was interpreting it.
Yeah, so there's a whole shirt that says "How the fuck do you say Zarathustra?" Like it's a whole bit like that where people being like, "How do you say that name?" or "What is the name?" Like I love it when people mispronounce it, like because hearing how other people pronounce it's just funny as shit. Like, but yeah, that's like a running bit for that band. But yeah, so that band actually started first. They started and Andy asked me to play guitar. I didn't even think that I could play their stuff. So like that's kind of like what got me into the realm of being like a quote unquote like good guitarist. I don't think I'm good, but like I can play like more technical stuff now. But yeah, so that I really have to credit him for that. He worked with me a lot and got me up to speed, and then I went on the tours with them, and ever since then, like I've just been doing the MySpace deathcore stuff. I left that band for a little bit, and I started my own thing, just because like I wasn't. It was new, you know what I mean, touring with the money thing and kids, you know what I mean? So they started picking up, and I didn't want to like hold them back, and they, you know what I mean, they had a whole lot of stuff on the horizon, so like we just amicably parted ways. Like they're like obviously like I'm doing stuff with friends, so there was nothing like no drama or nothing like that, just life. But in the meantime of the downtime that I had not been in that band, I started EyeSawGod. So then that's when like all this stuff was written. So like it's been I've been sitting on the EP for like a year, and I have like a shit ton of songs ready for like the future stuff. So when you were saying like you want to hear more like stuff, I got you. Like I knew like with the EP I wanted it to be very much like a this is the introduction, like you said, like a sampler, like this is some of what you can expect, but not everything. You know what I mean? So like, definitely like the stuff that I did on the EP, like I'm gonna branch out. Like you'll hear that like stuff. Like it's a lot more like I was like, okay, like now I can like I can get as nutty with it as I want. And I also like I wanted to I wanted to add some other. I didn't want people to just go, oh, you guys are Suicide Silence too. You know what I mean? Like I wanted to. There's definitely like some of my own type of stuff in there. I hope everybody likes it, but it's definitely like what I did on the turned up to 10.
So Zach, I wanted to vocalize that we're still continuing to have mic issues even with your studio recording mic.
Oh, it might be the Discord stream.
That too, yeah.
It could be Discord, yeah, because when we were doing I was having a bunch of wonky stuff happen on my end when we were like listening to the tracks, like it would like stop or like go back and play the same section a couple of times.
That's fair. Yeah, I think we'll just have to continue with it and hope for the best. So continue as you were.
So where were we? We were on the I think that was pretty much all I had to answer your question of like from then to now, like how I got into music now. That's pretty much everything. I mean,
hell yeah.
Finn, do you want to jump in and go ahead and ask any of the other questions on the questionnaire or anything that was on your mind personally?
I mean, I think most of what I would have asked has already been answered indirectly. I don't really, anytime I've ever been on here, I never know what to ask. Like I'll ask like weird questions, like the things that people really need to know. Like when you're on tour, what's your favorite candy bar? You know, like just like dumb shit like that, you know, but like, I honestly, I kind of the way I feel like I get the questionnaire answers out is more of an organic conversation, and that's how it ends up happening. So anything that I would have potentially asked has already been talked about at some point or another, whether it be like the musical interest, what got you involved, where your influences are, you know, that kind of thing, like how you started out on it. And like, I feel like from an artist perspective, especially talking to another artist, you feel comfortable talking to another artist. It's not quite so suit and tie, I'm in an interview right now. Like you feel more organic and you just start opening up and talking about it. Whereas normally, you know, it's a little weird to kind of open up and talk about things like that. Sometimes, you know, people are like, oh, I don't want to talk about this. It makes me feel like I'm talking about myself or whatever. But I feel like this kind of gives it more of an organic feel to it. Like we said before, this is more of a less of an interview type podcast and more of a like, we're going to listen to your music, we're going to fucking chill, we're going to have a good fucking time. And like, you know, it's more of a personal based thing. So like, I feel like it's more of a personal based thing. So anything I could have potentially asked, like, has already been answered.
Gotcha.
Personally.
Cool. All right. Well, honestly, then continuing upon what is like the first bracket of possible questions that we have to use as ammunition, you mentioned that when it comes to how you started, it really started at the venue, right? So then with that, can you pinpoint any specific people or friends, maybe even people you still know, that would even hand you certain records on CD or certain cassette tapes that could take the credit also for you getting involved in music?
Two names immediately come to mind. My boy Jesse Palmer, he was like my big brother. He played guitar for my first band, and he put me on so many bands, dude. Like from Parkway Drive to Amir, like the Acacia Strain. Like he put me on to like all my favorite shit. He didn't really like deathcore. He was more into like metal. But he fucked with the Cleansing. Like I remember the first time I ever heard the Cleansing was in, and I was like, what the fuck? Like when Revelations was playing, like he started at the beginning, so just hearing that fucked up sound sample, and then just like that bum 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 bum, dude, I was like, yeah, this is nuts. And then the other name is Mark Campbell, and that dude, he was like another like big brother figure to me. He was in like a like big region bands, and like he always showed love, and like you keep he like every time he saw me, he was cool. You know what I mean? So like we eventually came close to like for the deathcore shit. He's definitely like my big bro for that. Like he was in like underground deathcore bands, and like two of his bands were Your Nightmare Await and Legions. And like both of those bands rocked, bro. Like I still listen to both of those bands. And like their records came out in like 2008 or 2009 and then 2011 or 2012. So like I'm still bumping his music from like years ago. Like I've always looked up to that guy. I can't say more good things about Mark or Jesse. Like both of those guys, like without their influence, like here, especially not as a guitarist because they're both guitar players. So like I definitely look up to both of a lot of.
Fuck yeah.
Hell yeah.
That's cool. And we love to hear the names that way. You know, maybe one day they end up listening to the session. They're like, oh yeah, he remembers me. He remembered to
Oh man,
mention me.
I talk to them all the time. I like begged Mark to be an EyeSawGod. I was like, come on, dude, make deathcore again. Like, but he's too busy. Like, you know what I mean? I don't blame him. Like, bro has a company and shit. Like, he's doing big things. So, but he's definitely an OG in this shit. And like I always tell people about him and the music that he made because like that it's influenced me so much. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like I wouldn't have toured across the country if I didn't see him do it and be inspired by that because I knew him. And you know what I mean? It felt attainable because people I knew were able to do it. You know what I mean? So like without them and like having their friendship or their guidance, I definitely wouldn't be here. And they were two of the older than me that like they were like, I'm gonna show you the way. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Heck
That's
yeah.
awesome. And it's always great to have people that you know along the way that then you feel like you're carrying the torch for, carrying the baton forward for. And then, you know, you even talked about it earlier, seeing new bands like teenagers, kids, showing up with their bands and going super hard, you allowing them to borrow your equipment. You're absolutely right in regards to that story. It's the responsibility of us to continue to be humble and continue to make true counterculture at its roots safe and attainable for people in the future. That way they don't feel like they're being gate kept for the tiniest shit along the process. I know that when I was growing up and getting started, like my first ever concert was Breathe Carolina before they became like a two-person DJ duo and then proceeded to like jump over to Lollapalooza. Apparently they're coming back. I forgot for what. I think it's a music festival, so maybe like When We Were Young or Stay Sick or maybe even Warped Tour. I'm not too sure, but I remember going to see them and just being absolutely oblivious to the culture. But then my second show, I think ever, was actually Rob Zombie, Korn, In This Moment, and another one. It was the Return of the Dreads tour. And a little bit after that concert, I would then go to Rob Zombie's American Horror, which was like a small circus thing that they had rolling through town, and they had like some pretty fucking cool people there, some very strange minds. But that would then introduce me to what I call horror show, which is the culture of bands like Motionless in White, Korn, Slipknot, Rob Zombie, Dead, formerly no longer existing, My Enemies and I. Just that more like spooky approach, like strictly spooky approach to music, and then harnessing other forms of culture and media. Rob Zombie being probably the best definition of that, even if his movies are garbage. Like being a movie director and a musician, like that shit's iconic. You don't really forget about that. Marilyn Manson being another one. That kind of introduced me to horror show, as I call it, and I've had a fascination with it ever since. Love that shit. Motionless in White is really, I think, capped the bill as far as having like an entire Tim Burton like stage prop thing going on during their Disguise tour. Really hoping they kind of return to those more spookier roots with this next album that they plan to unleash this year. Love Motionless in White. They're so good. Ice Nine Kills, can't forget about them. Doing a collaboration with the Terrifier team and making a single that ended up being like the
That was
post-credit scene. That was massive, man. That's
that
gonna change the
the
game forever.
breakdown in that song with the clown horn. I was like, nah, like y'all. That was such a good move. It was tasteful. You know what I mean? It was like extreme. Like they turned it up to 10, but it was tasteful. You know what I
Yes.
mean? Like it checked all the boxes. And I'm not even like, I wouldn't say I'm a fan of that stuff because it's not stuff that I put on, but it's stuff that I highly respect as an artist. You know what I
Yes.
mean? Like I can look at that shit and it not necessarily be like something that I put on, but I can look at that and go, yeah, that takes a lot, and that those are some highly creative motherfuckers. You know what I mean? Like, and not even like, do you? The biggest thing that fucks me up is like how much it takes to put shit like that together.
Seriously.
Like
Yeah.
that's something that I didn't understand. Like before I like really started getting deep into band shit, and like bands that do it on that level, it pisses me off to see anybody shit on it because I'm like, yo, that's the shit. Like I even if it's not your bag, you gotta like hats off to them. You know what I mean? Like they're
Seriously.
doing movie shit. Like
Yeah.
and that's big. Like when bands that are within the core realm win, we all win. Like
all
Knock Loose being on Jimmy too. That's a good thing for everybody. Like metal is becoming trendy to like metal again, and that's a good for everybody. Last time trendy to like metal was when we got into it.
Yeah. Seriously.
Think about that. You know what I mean? Like that's fucking crazy.
Opportunities like that, and I've heard that within Destruction, they're going to be releasing a metalcore album this year of some sort with some deathcore elements and some slam elements to cater to their previous fan base. But they were also like posting like, if we could make an intro for an anime, which anime would you want us to make it for? I'm like, wait, what? You're telling me
Yeah,
that, like,
that
dude,
shit is dope.
that shit is really cool. It makes it easier for all of us to accomplish what we've always wanted to accomplish, depending, like, artist by artist.
And
Really.
see, like I like when bands do whatever the fuck they want to. Like that was why like I'm not doing a bait and switch at all, but I definitely like I did different shit on the next release, and I like I would hate to get pigeonholed and then like only have fans that want one thing because that like becomes tiring. Like then it becomes like a chore. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to do the same exact thing that I did. Like yeah, like that's my flavor, but it's like I'm always trying to experiment with spices. You know what I mean? And like I like to see other bands do the same. Like it inspires me as an artist to see that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think because me and Finn both, I mean, more or less me, but also Finn a little bit because I'm sure he hasn't been to Maryland. I kind of want to learn about like everything that you know of to be relevant in the last decade to the Maryland local death metal, deathcore, metallic hardcore scene. But most importantly, this then segues into question 3 for the people part of the podcast, quote the scene. So question 3, part A goes as follows. Growing up, as you got more into metal and rock or possibly even other genres entirely, did you have other people in school or in your local community who helped you push forward? You more or less answered this question earlier because you were already getting involved and going to specific venues that then you recalled. So I mean, really, if there's any other details you wanted to insert into there, feel free to. That way, well, the audience for the future, to be seen audience of EyeSawGod has even more meat and potatoes to just like, rah, 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 scrap down. You know what I mean?
So I will say that the scene where I'm from was not very inclusive. So like I had like my people, but it was very cliquey. You know what I mean? Like it was like these people fuck with these people, these people don't fuck with these people, but everybody just went to the show. So like I had like a couple people, but I wasn't really ever there socialize. Like I just went to watch bands. You know what I mean? Like I didn't really. I wouldn't say that I really got into caring about the culture even until like I started being in a band and I understood more. You know what I mean? And And unfortunately, like I will say, I was just talking about this the other day. I almost wish I could go back to like before I was in bands, because I feel like being in a band in a way ruined like like going to shows and stuff, because now it's like being grown, I only go to shows that like I play, you know what I mean? Because I'm busy as shit. And then like on top of like trying to play a lot of shows, like when you're touring and stuff like that, it's hard, you know what I mean? So like with that, like what I've tried to do is like I'll try to play with as many bands that I like. And I'm always trying to find new bands like that, but it's definitely changed my approach a lot, like being in a band. And I miss it. Like I miss the whole grind of like being a kid and like going to shows all the time. Because I really wasn't that plugged into like what was going on in the scene. Like I followed bands that, you know what I mean? But that whole experience, like in itself, is what kind of built me up. And definitely a couple people for sure. You guys say goodnight. What are you doing? Well, go on. Oh, my daughter's creeping. but
No worries.
yeah, like I really wasn't too plugged into like what was going on in the scene. Like I could tell you like standout bands. Like there was bands like in this area that, I mean, even still like in Dying Arms, people still talk about them to this day. Like they're one of the big for like deathcore in Maryland. But I never really like there was a Maryland venue that was really big in that time called Mount Airy Fire Hall. And I went there once, but it was so far from me that like the venue in Delaware made more sense. Like that place was only a half hour away. Mount Airy Fire Hall was a fucking hike, and being a kid not having a car, you know what I mean? You gotta like, my grandparents like hooked it up. Like they were taking me to shows like every single fucking weekend. So like I just did that, man. I knew like the local bands. That's really it. Like I really wasn't like plugged into like what was going on like in the culture until like I started playing and like knowing people and finding shit out that way. You know what I mean?
Fair enough. Okay.
Oh,
Well, in that case,
that's ironic. In Dying Arms because Christian Becker moved up here for a while.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Christian was my boy.
fuck yeah, love that. Well, if
That's so wild, dude.
if not 3A and B, then I think we can go ahead and skip over to question 4, which would quote location. So, question 4, part A: what is something that you can tell us about where you're from, geographically speaking? And this doesn't have to have anything to do with the music, just something that you think is important for people to know about Maryland, if they ever want to visit, I guess.
Crab cakes.
Crab cakes? Okay.
Try the crab cakes. Can't get wrong. We got like Old Bay with the seasoning. That's like it. Like there really isn't nothing here. Like there ain't really much to do. If you like nature and shit, there's like a lot of like cool spots. But that's really it. Like we got nature and food. That's really it. But even like the food, like it's just seafood, and that's like the whole fucking East Coast. You know what I mean? So like here, like I grew up hunting and fishing and shit. You know what I mean? So like I didn't get into like hardcore music and shit like that until I was like 11.
I see. Okay.
And then I was like fully into like shows and shit, and that was what I was all about, and skateboarding and stuff like that. But nah, man, Maryland really doesn't have too much to offer. Like it's not like a monumental place. It's like pretty average as far as things go. Like there's nothing here that really like stands out to me. Like I wouldn't even tell people to come here. Like like to be honest with you, like it kind of sucks here. Like not like if I sit here and think about it, like there's not really jobs. Like everything's fucking expensive for no reason. There's like drugs everywhere. Like it's not good here. Like it sucks.
Okay. Okay. Well, in that case, this no matter what, it does kind of feed into the next one, which would you say your history in the place you grew up and where you were born in affected the way that you would write music?
Absolutely. And that's something that I've kind of like noticed more as I get older. Um, it's very hard for me to write anything that's like positive. Like, so I try to use my negative scope in a positive way,
Right.
like to bring awareness or to like bring empowerment. Like, you know what I mean? But yeah, like it's hard for me to write about happy things. Like a lot of the people that like I grew up with going to shows even like are dead, overdoses or suicides, and like this place just like sucks the life out of everybody. Like every good thing that I've ever known in this area, I've watched it wither and die. So like I don't know, like it definitely impacts like my creative process because like that's where my head's at a lot of the time. So like it's very hard for like I can't write like upbeat shit. Like it's always like grinding and oppressive because like I guess yeah, like from the environment.
Fair enough, yeah. And I mean, like I said, either way, whether positive or negative, I think it's very important for people to understand like how where you were born does interact with your creative medium because maybe instead you're disassociated and like maybe you kind of try to ignore everything that's around you. Maybe you stick to who's in your household, who's relevant to you, who you care about, and despite all of the shit that you just mentioned, maybe instead you seek to eventually create more upbeat music with EyeSawGod because you're trying to like not focus on everything surrounding you. So I think it's very important to always ask questions like that for the sake of identity and where you're from. Because who knows, EyeSawGod could be the future of Maryland deathcore and future of Maryland heavy music. You never know. But it all starts here. You know what I mean? It all starts with this EP. Question 4, Part C. Would you say you are connected to this day to where you were born and raised? If not, why? Like, do you still tether yourself to Maryland? Like, do you have, obviously, it doesn't seem you have any Maryland pride, and I get why. So, do you plan to continue utilizing Maryland as, in your experience there, as a fire under your ass to, like, make heavy music?
I think it's one of them things that it's like so deeply ingrained in me through like the people that I've lost here that it's like and not to make this comparison because it's not the same, but it's the first thing that immediately comes to mind. Like when troops come home from war, how like a part of them always stays in the desert. You know what I mean? It's like that old analogy. I've shed blood here. I've had blood shed here, so it's like I can't ever forget it. You know what I mean? And it's always going to be something that I carry with me. Um, in my adult life, I've tried to deal with it. You know what I mean? Like I've tried to become like a person that I can be proud of being despite my surroundings, and it's taken like a lot of personal work and growth. Especially since having kids, like I think it's going to be like a lifelong journey, like of undoing shit.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, this place, man, I feel like as far as I could get away from it, it would never be far enough. Cause like you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
you'll always feel too close. Like even though I have a family and everything, like when I go on, like I hate having to come home. Like I wish that like I could just pick my family up and just go somewhere the fuck else. Like you know what I mean? Like it's like that. But not to be like depressing or anything, because I definitely at the same time I try not to have like the mentality about it. It is what it is. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And I was like, I went through the shit that I went through for a reason, and I'm doing the shit that I'm doing for a reason. It doesn't make sense now, but in the end, and I believe that that's how like, you know what
Yeah.
I mean? So it's just
Absolutely.
yeah, like you said, yeah, like this shit is it's gonna be with me for life.
Hell yeah. Even if it's not for the best of reasons, it will still compel you to write the raw and authentic music that you will be writing and that you already have written plenty of steps ahead of this EP. So I look forward to hearing what else you plan to unleash in the future regarding that. And, you know, maybe you're involved in the lyrical process. Maybe because you were the founding member, you end up being responsible for some of the lyrical content behind EyeSawGod's future, like, first full-length album. Who fucking knows? But the thing is...
Oh, I do write all the lyrics.
Oh, you
Like,
write all lyrics.
so,
Okay.
like, for all, yeah, I write all the music and all the lyrics.
Fuck yeah, exactly. So then at the root of it, like, EyeSawGod is definitely your baby. It's your brainchild. And with that, in due time, we'll hear about all of the darker things that compelled you to start this band that you wanted to then compress into that more clean, more sophisticated, maybe a safe medium, right? A more, like, I don't know, a less dangerous medium, right? So I appreciate you answering those questions about, you know, your location, where you're from. And I guess another thing to kind of continue off of that, me personally, I only went over to Tennessee, so I have a personal bias. In your years of touring, were there any places that you were window shopping that you have ambitions of going to with your family in the future?
I would love to move us all to Texas. I really liked Texas. But I mean, like, as far as like, there's more beautiful places, I feel like, but just there was like this one part of Texas we went to, and like everybody was so nice. It was just like one of them little movies. It felt like, you know what I mean? And everything was cheap as shit. Like, this was like last year, and gas was like $1.50 a gallon. Like, yeah, it was crazy. I was like, dude, I don't ever want to go home, and the food was great. Um, but I don't know, like I told you before, like I'm definitely like where I picture myself ending up is like cabin in the woods very much. So like I would probably want to be like somewhere in central like US, you know what I mean? Like somewhere around like Colorado or something like that. Or like a Montana or shit like that. Like something that has like mountains, something that has water. Like I want all the things, but I mostly want space.
Yeah,
Like I
that's
grew
fair.
up being in a highly congested area, and then like when I was young, like I told you, my that farm. So like that like serenity is something that I've been like chasing in my adult life. So like I definitely like I just want to go somewhere quiet and pretty.
Fair enough. I've heard that in Texas there is a city, there is a chunk of it called Boone, where it's like the only foresty part of Texas. And I've heard that it kind of has that small town vibe to it, but it happens to be tucked away off in Texas. And my theory right now, off the top of my head, this is, I think, something I mentioned in a conversation recently, that the woods from New Mexico kind of like poke into Texas, and that's where Boone is. But it's nice and hilly, small town vibe, spruce woods. Seems to be plenty of opportunity for a cabin in the woods, so you might want to look into that. But it's always exciting to hear about, you know, real life ambitions and what people are wanting to accomplish. So I appreciate that. Now, we got a couple more questions for the first part, and then we're gonna have you depersonalize as the founding member of EyeSawGod. We're gonna talk about gear now. So, are you a gearhead? What's your current setup? What's your dream setup? I know people are gonna want to hear about this from the founding member of EyeSawGod.
So my setup right now is actually my dream setup. It took a while, but like I literally have like my like bucket list shit, and I'm hype on it. So like I'm like gassed that this is a question because like I very much am a gearhead. Like I went down the rabbit hole and probably used everything I could have used, but I settled up. Right now, I have a 6505. It's the 1992 original, so the one that just came out. So it's the 5150 block letter, the original way. Um, I have a PV cab with vintage 30s in it, and for pedals, I'm running an Abominable Hellmouth. Um, it's basically like a Maxton OD808, but just with more balls. And then I have a signature pedal that's like in the works. So like I have the V1 of that. That's like basically like an HM2, like a chainsaw pedal, but all it has on it is a blend knob. So like it's just meant to blend in with your main overdrive. So just for bigger parts, like where you want it to stick out more and have more saturation, you know what I mean, and just be ballsy. I have that. For my noise gate, I run a Zool. I have a Whammy DT. I have a Black's ABY. It's just a cheap little ABY because I do the 4 cable. I run my Zool through my FX loop. And then for my tuner, I just have a little Polytune. And then that's all housed on a Gator pedal board, like the Gator G Tour John. So I have that. And then for guitar, shit, I can't leave out the most important one. I have a LTD MH1000B. So it's a baritone MH1000.
Sweet. It's a lot of shit. A lot of shit that I don't know anything about, but for the gearheads that listen to the show, I'm sure that'll be ear candy for them. Awesome. Let's see. Question 6. What lessons have you learned as a person or a musician, and how do those lessons drive you? Or how could they apply to others trying to accomplish what you have so far? The impression that I've received so far is that you're all about like offering a helping hand to new and upcoming bands wherever you have the opportunity, because it encourages that safe space mindset. So then what other things would you offer as lessons to up and coming musicians who might be listening to this right now?
What you have to give is greater than what you could ever hope to receive. That is the greatest thing that I could ever tell anybody. Like what you have within you to give others is far greater than anything that you could ever hope to receive. Like,
I like
and the
that.
universe has a funny way of, when you make that your focus, the universe has a funny way of giving you what you want. You know what I mean? So it's like we were talking about earlier. You know what I mean? It's service to self versus service to others. If you live your life in service to others, you will always be okay. Like, you know what I mean? So I just, I would just urge everyone to worry more about what they have to offer than what they hope to gain.
I like that. That's sharp. Nice and straight to the point. As sharp as a blade. But the thing is, you can always sheath a blade too. It doesn't always have to be a weapon. So I like that.
Yes, sir.
Question 7. 5 character slots, whether new favorite artist, albums, singles, or people that pushed this new EP to its final stages. So maybe albums, artists, or people that you were talking with, like even your own band members, that would affect the final product of this EP.
I think it was honestly Andy from Thus Spoke Zarathustra, Gino from Restricted, and Noah from Reverent, because Noah mixed and mastered the record. So like we went back and forth about a lot of things, like trying to figure out what it should be. As far as mix, Andy, I sent him demos for like everything, and he was kind of like my control group, if you will.
Yeah.
Because I knew you'd keep it real with me. That's my boy. You know what I mean? He would be like, nah, don't drop that. You know what I mean? Like, he's very much the, like, when I'll send him something and I'll know it's good, he'll go, if you touch that, I'm like... So,
great.
like, he's definitely, like, a huge part of the process. I don't even know if he knows that, but that's, like, a big thing. And, Gino, too. Like, Gino was the same way. Like, I let him hear everything early. He auditioned to be the vocalist of EyeSawGod before I found Brady. So, like, Gino's been riding God since before we were even, like, a public thing.
Fuck yeah. Cool. Well, to conclude the people part of the podcast for today's episode, I think 91, as this will be releasing this Wednesday. What do members of EyeSawGod do for fun to connect outside of musical creation so far?
Honestly, Nothing really. Like like I said, like I wrote this stuff. So far, like our relationship has been like purely personal. The only time that we really got to like pal around and hang out was when we shot our music video. We went up to Philly and we went to the Graffiti Pier and we shot some promos and then we went and shot a video and it was a good experience. Like our vocalist lives in Wyoming, so he flew out here. All the other guys live in Lower America, and one of us lives in the beaches in Delaware.
Okay.
So like we all converged upon one another, and we did the damn thing. But that's like the real thing. Like we're all there's like distance between all the members, and I'm the writer, so we don't really have like much time as a band yet. But they're like I love the guys. Like we have like a group chat, and really like we just send memes and joke all the time. Like that's really like the basis of the thing. It's either this is what we got to do or we're cracking wise and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I dig that. That's cool. Awesome. Well, that will conclude then the people part of the podcast. Now we're gonna have you depersonalize. So this is asking I Saw God directly. Ooh. How was the name I Saw God decided?
To be honest with you, I don't even remember. Like I really don't remember. Like I remember I wrote down a shit ton of band names. Like I don't remember how it probably got said in a chat or something, like just sending them back and forth and then landed on it. It just sounded cool. Like I thought it would be like the whole one word band name. I just felt like it was very MySpace and it caught the eye because like it's like a very weird thing because like I'm a Christian, but like the band isn't Christian at all. You know what I mean? But like it does touch on like some religious themes. So like it's like sprinkled in there, but it's not like it's more like if you took like the Book of Revelations and made it a band, like shit like that, like very fire and brimstone, but not really like about God, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like so that's just my way of like kind of putting it in there, I guess. I don't know, subliminally maybe. I'm not sure.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, there's. I wish there was a cool story behind it. You know what I mean?
Maybe there will be
I
in
don't
the
even
future.
remember.
Maybe like after you're well into your discography, you'll be like, you know what? I Saw God. Like this song, this one song off of this one album. This says everything you need to know because the song is literally about like bringing in a saw blade to the eye of God as most people interpret him, like as the bastard that most people interpret him as. Who knows? But that's okay. Like it hasn't.
I know like the way that I like related to it, like when I remember that, like I remember being like, because I'll write shit down that I think is cool and then be like, what does that make me think of personally? You know
Right.
what I mean? And the way that I like interpreted the band name after I wrote it down and had some time to think of it is like almost like a more clever way of saying like I died. You know what I
Ooh.
mean? Like I saw God.
Yeah.
So like
I like
that
that.
was like the way that like I related. So that's
Sweet.
kind of like what I've been running with. That's like what the band means, like quote unquote, I guess.
Right. Well, in that case too, I feel a need to dig a little bit deeper. Have you had any instances or any events, any circumstances in the past where you felt like you had that more direct connection with God and with Christ? And was it a positive or a
Yeah.
negative event?
Very positive. So I'm not. I'll never be like the type to like push my shit on anybody because I
Yeah,
feel like it has to be like a personal thing. Like I can't tell you water is good for you with until you drink it and know it for yourself. You know what I mean? So there's really
exactly.
no point in me telling you. You gotta be thirsty enough to try it, and that's kind of like what happened with me. You know what I mean? Like I grew up in a church. It always just seemed like a normal thing that people did. I didn't really like see anything special about it. After I had the experience when my daughter died, I really wanted to like be mad at God. Like I really wanted to just be like, curse you, God, this is your fault. and everyone in my life kind of like went away for a while, and I was just alone. And like, I don't know, just the way that I was able to see things happen, I could tell that God was all around me. Say, and it would make sense to anyone else. It was just like I knew, you know what I mean? And that was enough for me. So it's just one of them undeniable things for me now. You know what I mean? Like I know it was real, and I feel it all the time. And it's one of them things where it's like you don't feel it unless you really pay attention. You know what I mean? So
Yeah. And
for
this
me, it
is,
was like just one of them.
oh, continue.
I was just saying, like for me, it's just one of them things where like once I experienced it, I was like, okay, like something real to this. And then not really like I don't really follow the religion of Christianity because like I feel like people ruin religion and like they take away like the point of it really. You know what I mean? Like it's the point of what I follow, or at least my understanding of it, is my personal relationship with Christ. So like I don't feel like nothing about that says I need a church or I need other people to affirm my faith or to guide me. That's a very like I'm walking with the guide already. Why do I, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? So that's really my thing. I don't really like churches and stuff like that. I feel like that's a whole nother part of it that isn't really for me. But the personal relationship is what I'm after, and like the shit that you can actually look in the Bible and see that Jesus said is all shit that really makes sense to me. And I'm not a perfect person, but it's weird to me that I'm the example that he would have been cool with, because if you look at all the people he was cool with, they were crooks and killers and thieves and prostitutes and like, you know, so it's like I'm the exact type of person where he's like, see you. So like, I guess that could be another thing. Like maybe it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like subliminally, like maybe that's my being like, see you, you know what I mean? So putting it into my work, like I think that the mind does work that.
No, honestly, it's and that's why I really wanted to ask that question. Is sometimes, I mean, I end up writing about very personal, very spiritual things, um, but at the same time, that hasn't happened nearly as much as I thought it would. And I was even talking with my younger sister at one point in like the last 4 months, and she was asking me like, why haven't you written any songs or any music about your more like supernatural experiences, like uh, almost being killed by a skinny or having what you thought to be a squatch watching over you for whatever reason. I'm like, I think it's just because I don't have enough substance to kind of go off of that just yet. But once I do, like, hell, that's not the
You're right.
only, yeah, those aren't the only occurrences that have happened to me so far. Like, I've experienced real life Freddy Krueger with the Hat Man before. That shit was insane. Um,
I'm not sure if you can like relate to this, but I feel like with things like that are very deep and personal, it's almost like impossible to like find, like nothing ever feels like enough to really like get that across. So like for me, those are things that like I wholeheartedly avoid. Like when I write lyrics, it always ends up being like my objective view of something. You know what I mean? Like, and usually it's like the world, like things going on in the world. I write about that a lot. When we get into the lyrics, you'll understand a little bit better like where my head was at for the EP. But like, it's very much about like the world that you like us three grew up in doesn't exist anymore.
right.
Like we are the echoes of the dying world. We are the last of a generation. Like it's about that. You know what I mean? Like it's about like watching reality erode in front of you. You know what I mean? And it's like the shit that we deem normal. It's just always seemed weird to me. So like that's the shit that I tend to write about because it's like kind of like me venting my frustration. It's like my outlet.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I also try to like stick to shit because I know that the listening base is young kids. You know what I mean? So like I try to give them shit where it's like not so much just mindless negativity, and it's more so like thought provoking. Like I try to say things in a way where like it makes them think a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I
So
think it's very important
that's why like I can't write about like those deep personal experiences. Like I've never been able. That kind of goes saying earlier. I can't write about the good things that happen because nothing I could say would be good enough to like express it. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? And I feel like some things are just for us. You know what I mean?
that's true. I mean, I think I wholeheartedly have every intention through the dark matter investigations thing I mentioned earlier. What I want to do is take the aesthetic of MySpace deathcore, but basically do my own paranormal investigations, have these thought-provoking moments with things that you can't even see, but apparently can manifest themselves in the room. I mean, hell, I've watched certain channels on YouTube for long enough to understand that however it is happening, whenever it started, doesn't matter why it's happening, it seems that the paranormal itself is starting to evolve, and we're seeing instances to where disembodied people who are no longer alive, but they still do exist, and their presence is very powerful, powerful enough to invoke scratches on your arm when there was no one in the room, or the power to
Yep.
scream through a little voice box, but you can't hear them. It's dead silent. That shit has always been very, very intriguing to me. So one thing I do plan to do in the future is once I have a little bit more substance with what I call the false giant point incident, which is what I named those events, because it's at a very specific campsite to where you look between two trees, and at night, if the moon is just right, because of a smaller tree in front of a bigger tree, it kind of looks like a giant dude in this number. It's really cool. So I called those two nights the false giant point incidents. And I have every intention to return when I'm armed, spiritually and physically, because there is definitely something up there. And the thing is, too, Black Canyon, which is the general area where that was located, it's maybe 10 miles away from, I kid you not, on Google Maps, an Apache burial site, or like a national reserve for Apache burial site. So literally, most likely, I was not that far from a cemetery, from an ancient cemetery. And what I've understood too is that skinnies are like ancient grave guardians. And half the time, they're just more or less like and like they're just trying to scare the shit out of you, so you leave their cemetery. You leave their graveyard because they're doing the eternal graveyard shift. So in the future, I have every intention to write an album about like maybe the first couple years of experiences that I have as a paranormal investigator, because that shit is so intriguing to me. It like keeps me up at night in the best of ways possible because of all that we still don't know. But then checking back in, I can quote this as of last night, checking in with Mike Patterson at Sasquatch, Ontario, some of the exact theories that I've been kind of spitting out while being detached from this channel, I plug right back in, and he confirms, and apparently the family of Squatch that he's in contact with, they confirm my theories as of recently that most likely the federal government and the wildfires that have been occurring, including the LA fire, the Yellowknife, what is it? Yellowknife Canada, Yellowknife Oregon fire, the Maui fire. Well, of course they're trying to clear land for 15-minute cities in the future, but also in those more woodsy areas, they're actually trying to snuff out what we understand to be cryptids and either drive them into extinction to knock out the competition or force them to reveal themselves. And that was one of the theories that I had back in 2022, especially when the Maui fire and all those other fires globally apparently were occurring simultaneously. I had theories that maybe they're trying to flush them out because maybe they're tired of
You ever
like
notice
trying to look for them.
this shit? There's like an influx of people posting like weird ass shit, like people like weird shit flying through the fire and stuff like that. Like
I'm
I,
telling you,
I
man.
feel like there's some truth. To be honest with you, because like, I mean, if you think about it, why are all the national parks federally owned? You know what I mean? Like the government can't own land. Like by definition, like the government literally can't own land. So why do they own this land? And why do they shut massive sections of it down? you know what I mean? Like, you're not allowed to go here, you're not allowed.
Yeah, seriously.
And then, you know, like, there's an underground nexus, like, there's a massive underground nexus all across America. So, like, bro, it's definitely within the realm of possibility. I feel like a lot of people should really get comfortable with that idea because, like, I mean, they're literally soft dropping aliens, and, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
So I don't know. I feel like the next couple years are definitely going to get wild.
they're
If they
definitely going to
really
get
are, like, say it is like that, and they're trying to, like, snuff that shit out, any sentient being would make itself known. You know what I mean? That's like the logical thing to do. So any like if any of that shit deals in any type of logic, which it probably does because it can think, it's gonna go, well, the smartest thing that I can do now is make my
make myself known, stand my ground, and tell everybody else to bug off. Or,
yep, fuck off.
or like I'm actually ironically depicting, we're planning to depict in a fictional novel, that I'm reincarnating from my elementary school days. Because, dude, I wrote like a 3-book novel and then threw it away because it devolved into an erotica. And I was only 12. This was pre everything that I had known and had experienced. So I'm like, this is fucking garbage, and I just threw it away. But in this narrative, there's a next door dimension, and during the Industrial Revolution, basically the dormant Mother Earth spirit, all that we understand to be cryptids, and the animal kingdom, they kind of like rise up against humanity when we're like starting to really peak with the pollutive like technologies that we had at the time, in which they didn't really care. Um, they come back, they retaliate, and they take over the planet really. And they're like, you know what? Either you move forward with us, and we'll actually help you evolve because you're so obsessed with evolution and making this progress and making this change, but you're also basically doing the same damage to Earth. Like, this is the Mother Earth spirit. She's like, you're doing the same damage to me as like jabbing a knife through your own hand out of boredom, or playing Russian roulette, or walking into oncoming traffic. You're doing the same damage to me that you've already been doing to yourselves, victimizing yourselves, oppressing major masses, and having this 1% that gets everything, right? Gets to hoard the exploits of everybody else. So she says, either
Wasn't
you
that
move forward with
like
me or you get left behind. And therefore, there's going to be a chunk of humanity that's left behind. They become the new cryptids, go into exile, and basically they're devolved into Homo sapiens. And they're like, yo, have you seen the Game recently? Like, I saw one the other day. He like ran across my street. It looks so ugly. And this was a chunk of humanity that was left behind, but they're regarded as the monsters. They're regarded as the missing link now because they refuse to move forward. The rest of humanity has the opportunity to move forward with the Lancia, which is Earth's actual name in the story, because she's like, bitch, my name's Alanthea, not Earth. And they move forward with her, and they progress like several centuries worth of evolution in the mass of maybe like a century. Low-key, people are going to make fun of it because they're like, they basically become more scientifically realistic versions of furries. But at the same time, it's because they're taking those steps in evolution to better themselves. But the law is the food chain. So it's like predators, they consume prey, and there's a certain like time limit on your lives. So main character will have to deal with a bunch of conflicts with that. But I mention that because it almost feels like we're about to get to that point in history, in this reality, where the animal kingdom, what we understand to be cryptids, extraterrestrials, eventually they're going to have enough. And if they care about the earth that they also live on, they're going to retaliate against humanity and say, you know what? Enough is enough. You can't be spending all this time burning down all the forest in the world, all the trees in the world, manipulating people and convincing them that by having trees or by having cows, that's the real cause of emissions and global warming. They're like, enough is enough.
well, there's
Either
gotta
you move
be
forward with us or you be driven into extinction, and we're going to massacre you all without hesitation or remorse today. We have beings,
I
we
feel
have
like
sentience, as they'll say, that can conjure tsunamis with the snap of their fingers. Do you want to be washed away, or do you want to move forward with us and truly evolve as a species? I have a feeling that we're on the cusp of that. And I think by the end of the 2020s, not that I'm trying to manifest it, because a lot of people will get hurt, A lot of people might be killed in this process out of ignorance and arrogance. But I have a feeling that we're about to make a major step in our history as far as this evolution. And I'm like, yo, I didn't mean to write this into the cosmos, bro. I didn't mean to manifest this shit. But if that's the only reason humanity can progress forward, then so be it. You know what I mean?
I think that we've seen it like in a lot of ways. Like, I feel like the humans are kind of like a cancer to the planet, right? And I feel like a lot of the things that we see pop up out of nowhere, like bacteria that comes out of nowhere that fucking is killer, and it just came out. Bacteria doesn't come out of nowhere. You know what I mean? Like, every bacteria that there is can be traced back to, like, as long as they can trace shit back. So like when new shit happens, I feel like that's like the Earth's like defense mechanism. You know what I mean? Like, and there's even been that premise for a long time. Like, remember the movie The Happening? That was about pollen, bro. Like the pollen, like the Earth started releasing an enzyme that would make you kill yourself, and it was in the pollen. Like, that's why it was airborne. Like, that's why every time the wind blew, because the pollen that was coming off of this shit, and they were breathing it in, and it was making them kill themselves.
It's crazy
So
to
it's
think
like, I
about.
feel like that premise is like very. I feel like it's definitely based heavily in the realm of reality. It's like, we know that the Earth is like alive. You know what I mean? Like, everything is connected. All of the life comes from the Earth. So like, it wouldn't be out of the realm of reality to then make the connection that like this thing that's alive that we're on probably has defense mechanisms. You know what I mean? There's probably like error proofing in place. You know what I mean? Like, have you ever noticed like mass natural disasters will happen and then the world grows back? We don't.
Yeah, we
That's
don't.
I think that's the point. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like we take too much and we don't, like, that was something that my granddad was really, because he was a farmer. So he was always like, everything that you take from the planet, it has like a repercussion. Like, when you plant, like, say you do like a crop of corn, right? Every couple of years you have to swap that out and you have to do green beans or something like that, because you have to replace the magnesium and the zinc and all of that in the soil. Like, you can literally make your soil infertile. So it's like, I feel like that's what human beings are here for, just to be gardeners, to tend to the earth. But we have this like self-imagined importance that, like, we're like, no. I feel like that's where the need for progress started, because like, I think that they had it right thousands of years ago. You know what I mean? Like, the men go hunt, the women are there, like, the men provide for the women, they're all happy, there's like a harmony there, the land. I feel like that's like, there's something like sacred about that. You know what I mean? So like, I feel like our need for progress is going to be our undoing. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? I feel like that's a sentiment that a lot of people can share. Like, because I mean, we see it all the time. Like, scientists do shit, and like, everybody just goes, "Yeah, just because you can doesn't mean you should."
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But they do it anyway. Like, the whole the shit with CERN and all that. You know what I mean? Like, they're trying to make mini black holes and shit. What if it gets out of control? You're talking about shit that could literally destroy the whole planet. You know what I mean? And they're like, yeah, but we want to do it for a science experiment. You know what I mean? Or like, we want to do it to make some money. Humans are really fucking stupid. We just think we're smart.
Yeah.
We're just monkeys focused on shiny shit. If you
Yeah.
really think about it, like, if you break it down, we're just monkeys that never stop going, "Ooh, shiny thing."
Yeah, we're way too materialistic for our own good, and that kind of stands true throughout history. It's just now we have people who claim to be above us, who claim to be superior, who then instill a world, a life, the 9 to 5 and working until we die. Like, people want a lot of us to continue to be jaded, but I think a lot more people are starting to wake up now and realize that this is not going to be a thing forever, and we have no intention on prolonging this type of lifestyle.
I think we're going to see shit drastically change in the next 5 to 10 years. I mean, bro, they're shooting like major CEOs in the street now. Like, they brought back presidential fucking assassination attempts. Like, people are really fucking fed up, and it's it's at a fever pitch at this point. Like we have watched since our parents were young. You know what I mean? Since we were kids, we've been watching the system fail and fail and fail and lie and manipulate and misuse and like steal all this bullshit. We've been watching it since we were kids. And our parents, I think, were the first generation that most of our parents told us, like, yo, the world ain't for you, buddy. You gotta fall in love. They're gonna fuck you up. Like, it wasn't that hopeful message that the generations before, like, if you work hard, you can accomplish anything. We didn't get that. We got, look, the world is gonna chew you up and spit you out. You shit out. Like, that's the talk that I got. You know what I mean? So I think that, you know, I think the buck stops with us. I really do. Like, I think that we're gonna be the last generation through this shit.
Yeah.
Because I think that people are so fucking fed up, and like we know there's not a point. Our generation, bro, like we're not gonna be able to retire. There's no fucking Social Security. There's no pension plans. There's no companies doing that shit anymore. Like there's no security for us when we get old. So therefore, like you start to think like unless you own your own shit, what the fuck is the point in doing anything? Because if you're not doing that, you're literally, and most of us can't afford to do that. So then you start to go, literally, what the fuck is the point in any of this? And I think that's where everybody's at. And like, it's a shitty realization, like, you know what I mean? But it's one that's necessary because like we can't get anywhere. It's just, that's what progress looks like, unfortunately. You know what I mean? Progress is usually a back step.
Yeah.
Like,
well, I wanted to go ahead and upon our conversation, this has been great so far. Nice and cozy, getting personal, close and personal with the Maryland local act. But for sure, I wanted to ask, what do you think separates EyeSawGod from other bands in the second wave MySpace era of deathcore?
To be honest, I'm not really sure. Because I listen to all these other bands, and this isn't me like any of the scene response. This is literally like my general, my general opinion. Like I listen to all these other bands, and I feel like we're underwhelming. But like other people are like, they've said what you've said. Like this is like the second coming of Suicide Silence and all this crazy shit. And we got like people saying like we're the next big thing in deathcore, and that's like weird. It's weird for me. You know what I mean? So like. I just like the music. I don't think that we do anything special. Like 90% of it is ripping off shit that I grew up listening to. So like, I don't think there's really anything that like sets us apart per se. I've been trying to figure that out too. Like, you know what I mean? Like I've just been putting the music out and talking to people. So like I don't really know like what our thing is like or what makes us stand out to people or like I'm not sure to be honest. Like because when I listen to our stuff, there's nothing special. You know what I mean? Like I don't really think it's like oh my god. You know what I mean? Like we're not reinventing the wheel. Like it's stuff you've heard before. It's just you're hearing it again.
Yeah, I mean honestly, the first thing that comes to mind. If you don't have anything in mind so far, that would then help you distinguish, if you're attempting to distinguish yourself from the other projects, from the other bands in this new wave. I think what I want to hear more of in the future is more bands like Whitechapel's The Valley and Kin era, who have plenty of deathcore, yes, but also start incorporating like more local. I don't even know how to describe this except more local musical tastes that have nothing to do with metal. So then I think of Maryland, I'm like, okay, so it's a fishing and hunting state. There's not really that big of a scene there yet, and especially not for deathcore. So it's like, I'm like, sea shanties in MySpace era deathcore? I'm like,
it's like country music. Like the people here literally either listen to country music or like there's no in between, and then like everybody listens to like it's like shit like that, you know what I mean? So like trust me, like I've wanted to do shit like that, but it's like I just live in there's like nothing cool. Like I can't like I wish, bro, like I wished it like I was from somewhere cool and I could like pull from shit like that, because I would totally do that, like 100%. But there's not really much I could do that would like fit aside, like that would sound like I wouldn't be able to do anything where you would go, oh, that's me. Like
Well,
I could put like
maybe that's the role and responsibility then that I Saw God carries with them into the future, is being like, okay, this is music from Maryland. This is metal. This is deathcore from Maryland. It's kind of weird. It kicks off of like cultures already established, but this is definitely I Saw God. I think quite literally the only thing would be that shock factor of like attempting to mix country or sea shanties with MySpace deathcore, which all the elitists are already like ready to fucking jump me, bro. They're like, don't you fucking dare say that. Just stick to the MySpace deathcore. But here's the thing: it's 2025, and everybody's trying to find their niche. So I think that's the one thing that I want to find more in the future is people who aren't afraid to, even for interlude tracks, maybe, right, have moments like Hickory Creek by Whitechapel where you're talking about your local area in a way that hasn't been sung of or heard of before. And then at the tail end of the album, maybe just write music that says this is what Maryland sounds like. Because I'll tell you what, friend, when I listened to Kin the first like 20 times that I did, I remember Anti-Cure, I Will Find You, Orphan, and I think those are the three main tracks that have acoustics on them. I listened to Anti-Cure and I'm like, that's what Tennessee sounds like to me.
what's the one that he's singing the whole time and it's like about his mom dying?
Ooh, that was when, well, he doesn't sing the entire
Is
time.
that
He
it?
sings for a majority of it. That would be when the demon defiles a witch. That's off at the valley.
I was thinking, damn, I think it's Hickory Creek is the one that I'm thinking of. But that
Hickory,
I heard a song by them. It's like a real soft one. Like I was like, this is Whitechapel.
I'm pretty sure that's Hickory Creek. That's one of my favorites though, for sure. So when it
That
isn't
song they
anything
did.
on, yeah,
Did
when
you hear
it,
the whole acoustic version?
huh?
Dude, they did an acoustic version and that sounds like even more like what you're saying, like how it's like different. I heard that and I was like, bro, this is something special.
Yeah, seriously. No, when I personally, because I'm such a big fan of those two records compared to anything that they've done. I think that those two albums just really embrace like, yeah, we're from Tennessee, we're from these weird, very like dark, ominous woods where at night, like most parts of town, there aren't that many streetlights. Even on like the interstate and the freeways here, there aren't that many streetlights. And to be honest, I prefer that. But with the valley, for sure, Hickory Creek was like, whoa, this is cool. This is really really neat. And I remember showing my buddy and his immediate family the songs. I'm like, it does get heavy eventually, but for the most part, it's really really soft. And I'm just like, I remember telling them, I'm so happy to be here because this sounds like Tennessee, dude. Even if we're not in Knoxville, like who gives a fuck? It's all basically the same thing, just different cities that are 3 hours apart each. Um, so yeah, with Hickory Creek, that was like the gateway. And then when Kin came out, I'm like, yo, I'm ready for some more. Please, dude, I don't give a fuck what anybody says. Everybody was calling him like dad rock. I'm like, shut the fuck up, dude. Like literally, Anti-Cure is about
Yeah.
him wanting to commit suicide. Like, how is that dad
Mm.
rock?
I appreciate those records, but I'm definitely part of the like I
That's
wish that they would have just wrote the somatic defilement 800 times and I would have been happy. Like they could have literally re-released that same record a million times and I would have been like, fuck yeah. But like that said, like I can definitely appreciate like their approach to the musicianship and like their growth. I'm just like a core kid through and through, so I'm just like all had the sickest breakdowns. And like even like I got flack because like everybody was like, "Oh my God, Whitechapel sounds like they used to sound." No, the fuck they don't. They like that. The new shit that they wrote is good. It's heavy. It's not bad. I'm not saying that at all. But it doesn't like people were like, "Oh, this sounds like the somatic defilement." It does not sound like the somatic defilement. I don't think that they'll ever write anything like that again. And it was just like I feel like that record is dark as shit. Like their use of like a lot of those tritones and like the death metal stuff. Like I'm a big fan of that. Like that's like stuff that shaped me into the guitar player that I am. So like, but I do appreciate like their new stuff because it's like the more, and this is fucked up because like I might get some flack for this, but like they already did the deathcore shit and they obviously don't like they want to do other things. So I wish that people would just appreciate that and support the band for face value for what they want to do. Because like the shittiest thing in the world, right, is to place expectations on a band as a fan. Like they're writing music for them first. You know what I mean? And like I might have that happen. I might get burnt out on this shit and go, well, I don't want to just end the band. Like, you know what I mean? So, you never know, but I say that to say like I really do appreciate like their musicianship now and like after the Valley, I kind of wish that they wouldn't have been try to be heavy again. Like I wish that they would just write shit like that and just Whitechapel become like almost like a rock band because like they're really fucking good at that. And I've heard them do the heavy shit. They did a brand of heavy that so it's like they can't outdo the record did that were, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Like, and that's just purely my opinion as a fan. Like, I'm not trying to like them, so I'm not trying to shit on them at all. But I'm more interested in hearing that side of Whitechapel. Now, seeing like their capability, it's rare for bands to be able to do both. I'm a lot more interested in seeing that side of them because I've heard the heavy side. You know what I mean? It's like they showed a different thing, and I was like, hold on, that's interesting because like that's like what I said. Like when I heard Hickory Creek, I was like, bro, this is really fucking good. Like I was like, this is like a really good song. This is very emotional. It's very deep. The lyrics were on point. The song kind of it takes you through that journey. Like the music matches what the song is talking about. And I was like, damn, like just seeing them execute that so masterfully, it showed me how much more potential they had. And I was like, I want to hear y'all write more songs like this. And as a diehard, like bro, Somatic Defilement and This Is Exile are my way. Like if I were to go buy any White two, I don't even really fuck with a New Era of Corruption like that. It's those two records are Whitechapel for me, like as a diehard fan. But seeing what they're doing with that shit, I really wish they would do more of it because, like you said, like it gives you more to. It's like knowing somebody your whole life and then them being like, oh, hey, fucking secret spy. Like, you know what I mean? You're like, the whole side of you I never knew. It's like the same thing, and it's like refreshing, right? Because you're like, oh, wow, I've heard you times. I didn't know you could do this the whole time. Let me see some more of that. You know what I mean? But I think a lot of people, it's hard for people to get like that, and I wasn't like that until and I was like, an artist, they're not like, yes, a record is a product, but you're not writing music to create a product. You're writing music to express yourself. Your expression is going to change from record to record, from year to year. You know what I mean? Shit happens. You want to express it a different way.
Yeah.
So
no,
I feel like people should just like.
Honestly, it kind of made me sad. Because it didn't just happen with Whitechapel. I think it happened to Suicide Silence as well. After their self-titled album that they did with Eddie Hermida, where they were trying to like combine their deathcore sound with like kind of core nu metal. I'm like, yeah, don't get me wrong, this record sounds fucking stupid, but I do want to hear more stuff like this because I don't want these legends to be pigeonholed into their formulas. I want to hear more Suicide Silence's take on Korn. That way we get more strange and truly counterculture music. But since then, they wrote Become the Hunter, Remember You Shall Die, and I have a feeling that they're never going to try that more nu metal inspired shit ever again, and that makes me super sad. I'm like, come on, man, don't be like, don't let them.
It was
I don't know.
Mean Picture got a hold of that one, man. feel like they just ruined it for the band. I feel like if I was in that band and I saw that many memes, I would definitely,
Continue writing
you know what I mean?
anecdotes of it. Be an actual artist.
Yeah. And the thing about that, I really wish that they would have did that too, because after Mitch died, they weren't Suicide Silence anymore. So trying to be that, and like again, that's a band I would love to work with, and no shade whatsoever, because everybody in that band is a fucking beast. But like, I just feel like with that, it would have been better to try to like, let's make something else now. You know what I mean? Instead of just like, let's do the same thing that we've done. Like, I feel like, especially when you take out a core member like that, it's like you kind of do have to reinvent the wheel, but it sucks that people shit on things like that. Like, it kind of does pigeonhole bands. Like, look at Chelsea Grin when they released a they got shit on, bro. Like, it was like, what do you mean this isn't fucking like? It's the same thing. So I don't know. I feel like that's the culture in itself too. That's like a negative part of the culture that isn't really talked about a lot. It's like we as artists condition fans from our very first release to expect a certain thing. As soon as you don't live up to that expectation, you fell off.
Yeah.
Like, it's unforgiving, bro. It sucks.
Yeah. But I mean, one thing I can confirm to everybody who might be still listening to the session, as we are a little over 3 hours in, which is crazy, but it's been a really fun conversation. Yeah, dude. One thing I can easily say is for all people who maybe are just like waiting in anticipation for the next single from Blind, like I have every intention for Blind Without Our Failures, which is my own project, to be like one of the next Bring Me the Horizons. And what I mean by that is, of course, we're going to have a whole bunch of different sampler albums and EPs. We're going to do like a very, very niche marketing strategy of doing a 5 to 6 EP, 5 to 6 song EP, and then doing a full-length album after that that coincides with the EP, have that be an entire year, maybe a year in space in between that, but to be honest, not even really that. I kind of want to be an annual band. That way we can just get music out, because I have like 10 albums worth of lyrical writing ready to go, and I want the other members to write albums as well about very, very personal shit, and then, you know, do self-titled super albums where like each of the members gets 5 to 6 songs, and doesn't matter how many members are in the band. It could be a 20-track song that combines a story, and the album cover will be a Sistine Chapel level collage. I want to do that shit really, really bad. So needless to say, there will be plenty of variety. There will be EDM influence. There will be pop culture themed albums and EPs. There will be very personal things. And then there will be plenty of eras and plenty of points in time where you have no idea what we're going to release next. We could go from a black and deathcore album to a metallic hardcore / beatdown or down-tempo band. Because most of the DNA bands for the project are metalcore bands. They're not even deathcore bands. So I definitely, and not only that, but later in time, hopefully after getting settled in either Tennessee, Texas, or Oklahoma, I actually want to do dark folk / country versions of every single album we release. That way later in time, when we're old and we're fucking decrepit and we don't exactly want to run across the stage anymore, we can just play all the songs on acoustic and banjo and violin, or even like the box drums and shit. And therefore it also just contributes to a greater musical culture, having those sinners editions of the albums in reference to one of the biggest bands in dark folk, that being the Bridge City Sinners. Really, really fun band. If you haven't listened to them yet, be sure to check them out. Really good. It's like a Princess and the Frog. Like, it just reminds me of Princess and the Frog as a country band, if that ever existed.
I'm going to get out of here for a couple minutes.
Really good shit. But I do believe that right now would be a better time than ever, this far into the session, to go ahead and go under the skin of your new EP, or your EP that has yet to come out. That being, I don't know why I keep on forgetting the name. It's right here in front of me, so do bear with Echoes of a Dying World. So, Echoes of a Dying World, right? This is going to be the debut 5-piece effort from EyeSawGod, and we listened to it today. Really, really good shit. So we usually enter into a scenario, an imaginary scenario, and either we'll have the lyricist depict this as a book that you find in a library, a movie that you find in a blockbuster, even though those for the most part don't exist anymore. We've had people unearth the entirety of the lyrical contents as a scroll under a shrine. We've done a lot of weird shit. So I think what would be best for this is to kind of regard it as a memoir and like a parting message and shit. I'm not sure if you agree with that sentiment, Zach. If this wasn't an album, what would you want it to be as a creative medium?
Poems.
Poems? Fair enough. Easy. Super easy. So then we begin this by asking if this was collected, even as poems in a book. And then you would flip that over, right? And you'd have a summary on the back describing what compiles all of these songs together. Maybe an introduction or something that's supposed to have you open up this collection of more casual poems. What would that summary on the back of this collection be?
The EP for me really feels like somebody on their deathbed, like spitting their final frustrations about the world, like kind of like in frustration, like they couldn't make it better. So I would say probably like poems depicting failure of man.
Fair enough. Okay. So more or less, yeah, this is absolutely a memoir, and it's a collection of maybe cryptic poems that then combine into the final wishes and the final thoughts of someone having left to depart from the earth. So then we begin with the track listing, and we look into lobotomizing this EP, Echoes of a Dying World. The first track would be Gaza, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So what does Gaza talk about?
So Gaza, like the title, it's loosely referencing the conflict in the Middle East, a conflict that we've watched for 30 years, just kind of like bounce around different parts of the Middle East. And I kind of use that as a point to say, like, hey, isn't it funny how it's always the people in suits wasn't this shit, but it's always our kids dying, no matter what color the kids are or what nationality they are. That's always the result. People in suits starting conflicts, or our children dying. What's up with that? So like that's kind of like what it's about, and it's also like a call for like justice against the perpetrators, right? So it's like if anybody deserves to die, it's those people.
Fair enough. I like that. Nice and straight to the point. Has a solid punch to it. Nothing to argue with there. Next track on this track listing, as I'm pulling up the track listing now. Okay, so, oh no, the next song is I'll Show You God, the one featuring...
That's definitely
from Heavy Hitter.
Yeah, there you go.
Glad I had this. So what does I'll Show You God talk about?
So I'll Show You God is kind of like, I feel like that's like the angriest song on the record, right? So summation, the song is basically like, it starts off talking about like the ego of others. Like, it's basically like, how pompous of you to think that you're better than anyone. How pompous that you're God. You know what I mean? And then I'm like, I'll show you God. And it's basically like, I'm saying that as like a threat. You know what I mean? Like, and that's like kind of how it was meant. And then it goes on to like talk about like the lyrics for the verse are, I used to pray for peace, but now I just pray for a fucking cleansing of every unclean pious pig. The puppets the puppets pulling the strings to control me. My mind and body are as old as they give my flesh to the worms, dust into dust. I have given up everything I've ever loved, but it wasn't enough. So like, that's basically saying like, I used to pray to be okay with how shit is, but now I just pray for it all to burn. You know what I mean? Like, because everything is fucking bullshit. And then like, it's also talking about like how like the also like deeds of the flesh, right? Like nothing you ever do is good enough. So like it's just basically touching on that. Like there's a lot of like concepts that I'll like throw in with the line or two, but that's like what I mean like with the deeply like I want you to think about what I'm saying instead of taking it face value. And then it goes on to say, I hope this time you stab me dead in the face, but you don't have what it takes. You're just a rat caught in a fucking race. Better run for your pathetic life. I'll give you a cold-hearted reminder of. And it's like basically this is like my like commentary to society. Is like basically what I like. I'm not talking to like any particular person here. It's just like basically like the overall ego of society. You know what I mean? And then it goes, you're just the narcissistic, egotistical, manipulative, hypocritical, disgusting motherfucking piece of shit. And that's basically like, I was like, these are all the tag words that people use to hit you with buzzwords that people say about people all the time.
Yeah.
And it's like basically like spitting back, but the shit that people regurgitate back in their face. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then it goes, you deserve the you did to me. And that's basically like an open-ended thing because like when I was a kid, like I was I was very much of like, I'll give somebody my whole lunch because they don't do, or like, I'll share whatever I have with the person.
Yeah.
And the world kind of like broke that in me. So like, that's like what I mean to say like, you deserve to live through what you did to me. And like, that's like not like, it's like really just like you deserve advantage. You know what I mean? The way that I was. Because like, society doesn't value like purity. And that's like basically what it's talking about, you know what I mean? And then Austin's feature, he said, no time for that weak shit, more the fuck up, I'll bury you in your fucking filth. Like a snake that sheds its skin, venom laced with every word, I'll cut the truth out of your mouth. He wrote that, like, so the features, I got the people to write their own shit. I don't like writing for artists, so like, I'm just like, this is what the song's about, write what you want. And that's what he wrote. So, but all in all, that song is basically like my open commentary to like society. So like, so far we've touched on like war and conflict, and then now the second track is falling on like the social disease, if you will.
Yeah. No, I like that. And it's so far two heavy hitters, for lack of a better term, that kind of introduce you to what's going on upstairs for you. I like that. Track 3, we have BPBH.
I wish we got a true fucking kick in the fucking head, stop on the tactical, so you can feel my pain, and I can pain.
I know that's an acronym, so what does the acronym stand for?
Bulletproof Broken Hearts.
I like that. That's cool.
And it's kind of like what do they call where it's like two contrasting things.
The dichotomy.
I forget what the word is. Yeah.
Dichotomy,
So
duality.
like basically, yeah. So like basically, what I'm basically saying there is, if something's broken, you can't break it. You can't break it. You know what I mean? So like, if you've already been destroyed by the world, you've experienced the lowest of the low, and now you're unbeatable. You know what I mean? Because you've seen the lowest like nothing can destroy you. You've already been through the cold. And that's really like what this song is about. This is like my anthem to these young kids. Like this is the one where I was like, this is you. So I'm gonna just read the lyrics from here on because like I feel like that's like the best way to go about it. So this one starts, come take your best shot, but if you shoot, you better be shooting to kill. And if you kill, you better be willing to die. Because in this world, it's eye for a fucking eye. In the end, no one's ever made it out of the game that we play called. And that's like, go for what you want. Like, don't be deterred. Because like at the end of this shit, you're gonna fucking die anyway. You know what I mean? So like, that's basically what I'm saying there. Like, don't be afraid of like people coming against you. Don't give a fuck about anything about going what you're going for, and understand what comes with it. Like that's what I'm saying there. And I say I wear these scars like armor. Each time you tried to kill me, it's only made me stronger. I am unstoppable now. I used to think that this pain was a weakness, and until I realized I will never be broken. And then that's the breakdown where Brady's like, yeah. And then it goes on to say, and now I've come to kill the kings of this shit and carve my name deep enough for you to feel it, bitch. And like, basically what I'm saying there is like, I'm just coming to leave my mark. You know what I mean? Like nothing can stand in my way. So it's like I talk the talk and I'm walking the walk. You know what I mean? I just told you to do something and now I'm telling you how. You know what I mean? And then I say, I want the wound to bleed until I wither away. I don't get on my knees and I won't beg you for mercy. This is an anthem for the anxious, for all the broken hearts. This is an ode to you. We are fucking bulletproof. And then it goes back into like the first thing like this. So take your best shot, but if you shoot, you better be shooting to kill. And if you kill, you better be willing to die. Because in this world, it's eye for a fucking eye, and you can't kill what's already fucking dead inside. That one's probably like the most personal for me. That one, like, no like funny shit, but that one like makes me tear up because like that's like the anthem that the 15-year-old me needed.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Finn, I hear you. You're good to go. Thank you for joining the session today.
Yeah, no. I just didn't want to cut anyone off, dude. I gotta get on with some work shit, man. I've been fighting this for the last couple of hours, dude. I've been feeling like dog shit all day.
Yeah, you're good. You're good, man. I appreciate you joining in.
It's been a pleasure, and an absolute pleasure. I'll have to find you on Instagram and shoot you a follow, man, so we can keep in touch. It's been an absolute pleasure.
All right, buddy. Take care. Get better. See you soon.
You guys.
I hope you feel better, bro.
Buddy. You too, man.
Later, bro.
Yeah, we safe. Later.
Cool.
You know, with a name like the Orc King, I never would have guessed that he would be such a nice guy.
He's one of the best.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
He's such a sweet.
He's great, and he like honestly, nothing but love for Finn. I consider him like an older brother now, because we've known each other at least now for like a couple of years, getting into this shit, and having him jump onto the Anatomy Crosscast as my first co-host, or me and him really meeting because of an opportunity to audition to be the new vocalist of Mental Cruelty when they were going through that process. Well, me and him both auditioned. And I was like, you know what? I really hope they let this Finn guy in because, like, he's got tattooed eyes, he's got really sick vocals, he's been to Germany before. Like, hopefully they'll scoop him up, and they're buddies with them. They didn't scoop him up. I'm like, oh man, sorry they didn't scoop you up. You want to be friends? And he's like, yeah, sure. And we've been friends ever since.
That's legendary, bro.
Yeah.
That was funny. When my girl came in here, she was like, she rolled a joint, so she like passed it to me and stuff. And she was like, are his eyes tattooed? And I was like, yeah. And she was like that. Like, look, you're deceiving. He's a nice guy. Like,
he's a great guy.
Yeah, I give people a chance.
I really hope to be sharing like a more prominent future with him outside of the Anatomy Crosscast, but we'll see what happens.
Oh, dude, I'm touch with both you guys. You guys, like, this conversation has been awesome. Like, I've loved every bit of talking to both of you.
I appreciate that, man. Well, we still got plenty of talking to do, so let's go ahead and continue with that. Were you still getting through the lyrics for BPBH, or are we good for Wagtag?
We are good for Wagtag. That's also real. That song is called "What's a Gooner to a Goblin." That is 100% just a fun MySpace deathcore song title. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's funny because it's also like that song too is, I feel like that one and Bulletproof Broken Hearts lyrically are my two favorites off the EP. Lacrimosa is also really sick, but something about them too, like I feel like I definitely like captured what I was going for the best. So for What's a Gooner to a Goblin, that has a feature at the end. At the end on the breakdown, it's Andy from The Spoken Zarathustra.
Okay.
So I'll read his part. He did some cheeky little things with his feature that I didn't realize that and it was a cool moment. So when we get to that, like I'll explain. You might catch it when I say the lyrics. But it goes, broken fingers painting portraits of pain, entire cities ablaze, the air is thick with the smell of decay, decomposition of the world that we love, the bombs will block out the sun as judgment rains from the sky above. And that's like really just talking about like the most fucked up people run the world, and this is what they make. You know what I mean? Like they're killing off. And it goes obsession, aggression, oppression, in a war of attrition. Count your days if you don't count your blessings. Run away if you're afraid to get blood on your hands. Another victim orchestrating the end of their reality. A catastrophic disaster like nuclear winter is nothing compared to this scene. It's loss, fear, and death. Nothing left but pain. Memories soon forgotten. Bones crushed to dust. Ashes of a dream that we had back when we were. Now it's dead and the world is fucked. And then it goes the broken fingers painting portraits of pain part again.
Yeah.
And then after it repeats that, it goes into Andy's part. And he goes, bleed the rats, hang 'em high, you will beg to die. I broke my own will and mended bones to rise. Caress your sons and daughters for one final time, because when you die bold, you'll see God through my eyes. And like, I think it's funny because like he did the when you die bold name, and then when you'll see God through my eyes. That's is cool. A play on the band name. So like,
yeah.
I thought that was pretty cool that he did that. Lyrically, like I definitely think like that's the coolest thing on the record. Not because it has something to do with me, but just because like how he tied it in. I just thought that was really cool. But that is the end of that, which brings us to the last song.
Lacrimosa.
And that is locked on. Yep. And so fun thing about the sample that starts with that is the last is it Mozart or is it Beethoven? I forget because it's been a minute since I wrote the song. But the last who's the motherfucker that wrote Moonlit Sonata? That was Mozart, right?
Wait. No, it wasn't.
Moonlit Sonata. Moonlit Sinatra.
I know
But that was one of those composers. It was one of those like classical composers, but the last thing that they ever wrote was called Lacrimosa, and it was their unfinished work. They died before they were ever able to finish it. The first, the opening act was the only thing that they finished. So what you're hearing in the beginning of that is actually the beginning, like the only act that he got to write before he died. So like, but it was wild because this is what's trippy. It's in the same key that I wrote this song in. So that's why it works, like going into that run. It's in the same key. So I was like, damn, that's fucking wild. That it's like, this is the last song I'm writing for the first EP, and that's the last song he wrote in his life. And I was like, dude, I'll start the song with that. And that's like not even a deathcore thing. That's just like a musical thing, like a me tipping my hat to another musician. You know what I mean? Just like purely for the love of art. But yeah, that's a cool little thing that I don't think anybody's gonna pick on at all. Like people are probably gonna think I made that. But yeah, so you're getting the Easter eggs here. You're getting it here first. But the lyrics for this one, this is a very like Black Dahlia Murder inspired song for the most of it. Like I love that band, and so does our vocalist. And he was like, I need a riffy song. So I was like, I got you, chief. And we wrote Lacrimosa. Well, I wrote Lacrimosa, but that was a special request. You know what I mean? He wanted a song that had a vibe, and this was the one. So the lyrics go, swallowed into the gates of sorrow, the mouth of misery awaits me as I fall. And into this force-fed reality, open your eyes, you gotta wake the fuck up. A glazed gaze staring lifelessly back at me, just like a corpse. Imagined importance, destruction is assured. Perception distorted, there is no fucking cure. If you're all so perfect, why has the world become so artificial? I feel infected by your presence. You speak in tongues. Minutes are hours and the hours are years. You're so addicted to your ego that you'd sell your soul just to have your 15 minutes of fame. So clap your hands to the sound of every newborn dying. 100% a play on Pray for Plagues by Bring Me the Horizon. So this is 100% me tipping the hat to influence. But when I wrote the part, all I could hear was the fucking two-step for Pray to Plagues. So like I was like, look, I'm jacking the cadence because fuck, it's all I can hear in my head now. But it goes, so clap your hands to the sound of every newborn dying. Just because you closed your eyes doesn't mean they didn't die. And it repeats that again. And then it goes, if we look in the mirror, we will only be abominations. Eradication of us all. Lacrimosa, Lacrimosa. Lay me to rest. Though I walk through the valley of death, I will fear no evil. My final rite of passage, this is my sacrament. Swallowed into the gates of sorrow, the mouth of misery awaits me as I fall. Into this force-fed reality, open your eyes, you gotta wake the fuck up. It does that whole part again, up until the why is the word official. And then we have a feature on this song by Jan Blanchett. He has the YouTube channel X the Jan X, and he's part of Brutality Podcast. He featured on this song, and we're at his part now. His lyrics are, your existence means nothing at all. We only live to be forgotten. Persistence is what makes you weak. We only live to be forgotten. Your existence meant nothing at all. Dive in the depths, in the shadows of the abyss. Your existence meant nothing at all. There's only suffering for you. Welcome into infinity. So like, and I imagine this is like being the last song. It's like you're fading out. You know what I mean? Like you're dead now. Like, and all you're left with is guilt and regret type vibe. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the absolute worst case scenario in the Choose Your Own Adventure saga.
So seriously. No, I like that. It's always nice to have lyrics that fit a complete track. And not only that, but for this being an appetizer, well, he made sure to tie up any loose ends possible, lyrically speaking. I take it then that this EP does not build up or contribute anywhere directly from a narrative standpoint to the next effort.
Now, every record I do is going to be like a standalone thing. This year, I have big aspirations for this year. I'm gonna say it here because I'm gonna put it out in the universe. I'm trying to put out an EP every quarter this year.
Ooh.
So I have enough music for it. It's just a scheduling and money thing. You know what I mean? Getting things mixed and mastered, and then whether or not, because all we have to do is track vocals, like for every, like I have like over 100 songs like ready to go.
Really? That's great.
Yeah, like I spent 12 months. I just did nothing but write, and I wrote like well over 100 songs. Like when I was going through my computer, I stopped counting at 100, like because it was just too much.
Fair enough.
Yeah, so like I have a lot of material, but the way I am, I'll have that back catalog and I'll probably write fresh shit for the next stuff. So like the next EP is like already done, like done. But like after that, I'm gonna probably be writing some new stuff or pulling riffs or parts from old stuff. But yeah, the next one's ready to go. Like, and I definitely I lean more, like it's weird because there's like a straight up tech death song, but then like I did like some like I did a really like two really melodic metalcore type riffs on that record, like big like a mirror two-step type things, and I just tried on some different hats, you know, but I definitely feel like no, like I don't ever want like one of our releases to speak for the band. Like I kind of want it. This band just sounds like this band. They just do what they do. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Sweet. Well, after conducting a lobotomy for how much, bro? I got this. It's also really late.
You do.
In
I believe in
you.
you.
So, something of a dying world. It's, bro. How am I forgetting this?
Echoes of the dying.
Echoes. Okay. Echoes.
Well, you heard it for the first time. Like you heard that phrase for the first time. Like what? Like an hour ago.
Yeah. But still, it's like I'm usually so much better with this. But after conducting a lobotomy then for Echoes of a Dying World, and after us concluding the first half of the podcast session, talking about bands that inspired all the members in EyeSawGod, what distinguishes Echoes of a Dying World from other iconic records relevant to MySpace deathcore in your own personal opinion? If there is anything.
I think the fact that, like, you know how like bands from that day, like they would only do, you could only do that one thing, and if you didn't do that one thing, sold out or whatever.
Yeah.
I think that we did enough different things to where it's like, you can't say like, this band just sounds like this. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like I pulled from enough influences to where it's like a very diverse thing, and it made its own type of space within the niche. You know what I mean? But I don't think that's a hard question for me because I don't think that anything can set us apart, considering like this, it's all written like worshiping that era. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's hard for me to answer like being the guy writing it. You know what I mean? I never know what to say to those type of questions.
That's fair. And I mean, that I think not often does anyone, when they're in the process of creating and then afterwards, unless, I mean, I have yet to release an EP or album, so maybe I'll be able to answer those questions once I'm done, because well, I have no shame in saying that we're going to be having like drastically different EPs and albums release by release. And not only that, that's just speaking for my own discography. Can't wait to hear or see, witness, piece together what other future members of my project end up writing themselves. But then with that, it's like, oh yeah, this is definitely supposed to be our like first metallic hardcore album. This is for fans of Kublai Khan, Body Snatcher, Orthodox. But then this other record is definitely Ignite the Church, like good old grapefruit technique to ignite the church, and Black and Deathcore, Black and Death Metal, because it's supposed to be for fans of Shadow of Intent, Lorna Shore, Shrine of Malice, blah blah
Hey
blah.
man,
Like that's
I love Behemoth,
yeah, Behemoth.
dude. I was sitting there. I built that Gibson that I showed you. That's not actually a Gibson. I was sitting there because that thing's in C. So I was playing what is it? Sound the Trumpets, Gabriel. That bang bang bang.
Right,
Dude, I
right.
was just playing that like over and over again, and then a Fire in the Void, bam, bam, bam. Dude,
Yeah,
they got the riffs, bro.
they do.
That black and shit is where it's at. I would definitely fuck with that wave. I'm definitely trying to write some shit like that too. Like
Hey, let's
I
go.
like that real like dark, ominous. Like it's hard for me to incorporate the major scale shit. Like I did in the next EP, but like it's hard for me to do that because I'm like so I want it to be diminished and dark and evil sounding. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Well, I mean, look no further. I mean, like I said, that's. I think the Ignite the Church elements are definitely going to incorporate into that like paranormal themed album that I want to write based off of like personal experiences and shit. So maybe that's the key to it is when you're not able to look into the musical compositions, maybe it is just going into the woods and dealing with some freaky shit one night and then writing some material about that, whether it's out of arrogance and just like, I want to poke the bear of the paranormal realm and see what happens, or something
You know what I'm
happens out of
like
nowhere, out of
imagine
your control, you know?
when you're talking about your project, I keep like imagining like old I Wrestled a Bear once.
Really?
Yeah, because like, do you remember how they would do? Bro, they would like do like funk parts and then an EDM break and then a fucking breakdown and then a metalcore chorus and then a two-step riff and you'd just be like, what the fuck is happening?
I'll be real.
And then a grind.
I haven't listened to them.
Dude, listen to That Ain't Them Dogs' Real Voices. I think that's the song, and it tastes like Kevin Bacon. Those two,
Okay.
like I swear, like that's like the sound that you're describing. I feel like you're gonna hear that and go, yeah, this is what I'm trying to do. Because
Okay.
they were totally like a heavy band, but like they did so much shit that was like way out of the norm. Like they were very experimental.
Fuck yeah. Yeah, I'll definitely have to check that out then, because one of the parameters that would then more directly compare us to I Wrestled a Bear Once is I want to get a front woman really bad. I want to get a female singer.
Yeah, it's good. Like so, I'm one of them people like I I prefer it when it's like a chick singing in metal because I feel like the dynamic is better. You know what I mean? They have a higher register, like it's a very pretty sound and then a very like ugly sound
Yep.
combined. And I feel like that dynamic just plays really well. I feel like something about a guy's voice with this kind of music, it kind of sits too much in the pocket. You know what I mean? Like it's just like think about bands like Breaking Benjamin and shit. It's very like right here the whole time. And then you think about bands like Spirit Box, the band is right here and the vocalist is up here. And it's creating this like weird harmony and like shit like that is more enjoyable in my I feel
Yeah.
like if you're gonna do something like that to where it needs like heavy going the route of finding a female vocalist is definitely the best bet because like you're kind of just like maxing out on dynamic possibility and that's
Oh
always
yeah.
a good thing, especially when you're trying to be an experimental project because then it's like you could have a guy in the band hit the backup vocal because sometimes there's like a part where like a dude vocal would be really right but then like I feel like you just have more dynamic possibility and capability with a female front, like a front woman. You know what I mean?
So, if I may, of course, I'm definitely going to send you the link for the first demo. That dropped back in 2022, but I'm planning on restructuring that, reincarnating it from the ground up as soon as we have consistent members. I might have my drummer now. I met him at a show. I thought in that same show I had met our front woman, but for one, she's only 18. I'm 25, so it's like, eh. And two, she seems to be a nomad, and she seems to be like traveling around too much and not staying in one place long enough to be in a band. I mean, hell, I can quote her as saying she's planning to go to Tennessee next summer, but then that fall she's planning to go to Southeast Asia. I'm like, I don't know if we can do that. Like,
Interesting, Mike.
what's up?
I bet she got stories for this. She only 18 and she globetrotting like that. Shit, more power to her, bro.
Yeah.
Damn, I don't know. Whatever she does to fund that, sign me up. Cause shit,
Yeah, man. But,
going on a tour is hard, and the tours pay for themselves. You know what I mean? Like you get a money, and that shit is hard to do. Like I can't imagine just traveling for the fuck of it. Like
right. No, but
that's always seemed like a rich person activity to me. If you 18 and doing that, I respect the hustle. Good job.
aw, I definitely want to have kids
Dad.
someday.
And
How fun is it?
it's awesome, dude. I mean, like sometimes it's not because, like, obviously they have their own personalities and the shit clashes because you want them to do what they're supposed to do and they're off in la la land because they're
Yeah.
a kid. You know what I mean? But it's great, bro. Like it makes everything awesome. I feel like before you have kids, it's like you're the main character of your life, right? It's really awesome to not be the main character. It's like it takes up so much. It's like having a kid is a lot of pressure, right? But it takes so much pressure off of you, like in weird ways, because you stop giving a shit about certain things. Like I don't care what people think of me or what people say or this or that because I got my kids. You know what I mean? Like it don't matter who I got because I got my family. I got my woman. I got my dog.
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
at the end of the day, like that's all that matters. You know what I mean? So people can't reach in my life and take that shit away from me. So like I'm good. You know what I mean? And I feel like it's cool being able to like show your kids the shit that you liked growing up because I'll show my kids like anime and stuff that I watched growing up and they think it's cool or like movies that I liked when I was a kid or music that I liked when I was a kid and they think it's the coolest thing. And I mean, my kids are young. My kids are 3 and 5. My oldest is about to be 6, but it's dope, bro. Like I'm not in that stage yet where like they're like fuck away from me. You know what I mean? So like kids get to that stage.
That time while you still have it.
Yeah, like up until like 10, you're like the best thing in the world. Like dad is a superhero if you're involved. I have some friends where like their kids don't want shit to do with them because they don't give them no interest. Like you gotta fuck with your kids. You know what I mean? Like you gotta be interested in them and you know what I mean, take part in the shit that they doing. Like you gotta be there. But
Yeah, absolutely. No,
I don't know,
I look
like,
forward. I look forward to doing that one day once I meet the right person. I thought I met the right person a couple times so far, but then yeah, I was very very wrong in no way positive.
that's a big one, bro.
That's
That's a big one because having a child with the wrong person can ruin your life and the child's life. More importantly, the child's life. Like we were talking about earlier, bro. The last place you ever want to find yourself is family court because family court don't care about the family. You feel me?
Yeah, exactly. Well, continuing upon our questionnaire, one of them you answered a lot earlier, so I'll go ahead and skip that one. 6, briefly discuss the future. Shout out to any bands or people if applicable, and then we'll have one more after that, and we'll be done for tonight.
So I want to definitely shout out Decibels Records for putting our record out. Spencer, the label head, has been awesome. Like, dude is literally going out of his pocket to do the shit that we wanted to do or that I want. Everything has literally just been catered to whatever we want. So I really appreciate having that kind of support, like right out of the gate. That means the world to me. Um, I want to shout out Brutality Podcast because Dom and Jan ride for my band really heavy, and like I appreciate those guys a lot. Like, started as a fan of them, and then being able to like become like friendly with them is really cool. That's a part of this community that I really appreciate. You know what I mean? Being able to know people that like you're like, oh, appreciate what you do, and they're like, fuck what you do, and you're like, cool, we're friends now. You know what I mean? Like that's like the coolest part. Like us here, we're probably gonna be fucking talking after. You know what I mean? So
Exactly.
it's like that. Like that's my favorite part about this shit is just meeting cool people based on similar interests. Other shout outs though, I want to definitely shout out Gino and Restricted. I want to shout out Nuke, Noah, Reverend, his band. They're fucking awesome. They're like killing shit in California, bro. I want to shout out Thus Spoke Zarathustra because that is my literal day family. And literally shout out the whole revival. Like I don't want to sit here and say every single band, so I'm just gonna say shout out the whole fucking revival. If you're watching this and you're my homie, you know I rock with you. Thank you for doing what you do because it inspires me to keep doing what I'm doing. And just man, the scene in general, like I like where it's at right now. I like where it seems like it's going, and it makes this old man happy. You know what I mean? So I'm just hyped to still be here kicking and being a part of it. So I appreciate everybody that's listening to EyeSawGod and everybody that's hyped on this and everybody that I'll hopefully see shows in the very near future. You know what I mean? Just with your other question, what my plan is for the future, absolute fucking takeover. Like I'm going to put shit in people's faces heavy. Like people are gonna get sick of seeing EyeSawGod, and I'm gonna make sure that. But all within reason, you know what I mean? Like I shit I'm doing. Expect a lot of fucking music. Like I'm gonna try to release a lot of music. Now granted, like things could happen to impact that. We've gotten some bigger labels hit us up and stuff. So depending on what they want to do or what the future, like I really don't know what the future looks like right now because so much is happening so fast that I'm just like kind of like taken aback by it. I'm just like taking it all in really. I just put my main plan really like without being a fool myself is just I'm here to release a lot of music. You know what I mean? Like I just want to be creative and I want to continue to be able to meet cool people like you and the people in bands that I've been able to meet. You know what I mean? Like I just hope that I can continue to make stuff that makes people excited so that I can continue to get these cool opportunities to sit down and talk to people and you know what I mean? Like
Absolutely.
that's really it.
Yeah.
I appreciate you too, man. Thank you for letting me come on. Like it was last minute, and
Yeah.
I definitely appreciate you. Like this has been awesome. Like what a cool like conversation come from like a last minute thing. You know what I mean?
Seriously, man.
So
Seriously,
like
a
that's a
friendship.
blessing too. Like
A friendship that will prolong many, many years, I'm sure. And especially as, I happen to see you guys, stumbling through Phoenix in the middle of summer when you're like, God damn it, it's so fucking hot here. I don't think I'd ever move to Phoenix, but maybe Boone, maybe Texas, man. But I
I
don't
think
know about Phoenix. I'm like, yeah, I
the,
get it. Don't come here. But
I'm
I
gonna be in
really look
Arizona
forward to that.
in I think in the tour that I'm gonna be on in June. I'm pretty sure we're gonna be in Arizona. So if I am, when I get like the actual dates, if I'm gonna be in Arizona, I'll show up with the info. If you can slide out, bro, we'll come hang
Absolutely,
out. That'd
man.
be sick.
Without a fucking doubt. And I think the last question that we're going to be asking tonight, this is more of an ego booster. This is a more recent one that we've added to the questionnaire, but it's for the sake of networking. If you had the option, who would you want to see on the Anatomy Crosscast in the future?
I think Andy from Thus Spoke. He's a very insightful person. He knows a lot about the scene. He's really involved. Um, he's a good mind too. You know, he's a good guy, great mind. I definitely think like I would like to see that because he has a lot of good stuff to say.
Fuck yeah. Cool. And I mean, that's one recommendation. As long as there is a recommendation, that's all we're worried about as we attempt to get to at least 4
I would
episodes
say
per month.
restricted too.
Restricted?
I would say restricted too. Like you should hit those guys up because like they're one of the young bucks. You know what I mean? So like I think that would also be cool for the podcast to get like because like I'm like the old guy. You know what I mean? It'd be cool to like get their perspective as like the young kids and hear like what got them into it and stuff like that. Like I'm sure like a lot of people would probably want to hear that because like they're like the new kids on the block. You know what I mean? So I feel like me and Andy have been around. So like I feel like if anybody like these like definitely give them a shine because like I sent you that in that group that you made on Messenger.
Yes.
I sent you that
The playlist.
that playlist that I made with all the Bible bands. So there's a couple that dropped recently that aren't on there that I'll have to send you links for. But yeah, dude, like I would literally just go down the list and hit those bands up because like they're all very, very creative and they all have a lot to offer. So like I would definitely I would tune in for that because that's like more along the lines of like didn't see, you know what I mean? Like what these young kids are thinking because they're the future, you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, in that case, after a little over 4.5 hours since we first started, this is going to be an awesome session. The longer the better, as far as I'm concerned, because the algorithm that we want to tailor to is more or less people who are on the road for a long time and want an entertaining but also educating or educative and informal, like informing podcast, right? We want to learn about the musicians that are popping up here and there, whether here in the United States or all around the world. We want to talk to as many of those bands as possible. And now it'll be a little bit easier with 4 people, but there's still a lot of scheduling. There's time zones to conquer. So here's to hoping to at least getting like 4 episodes per month out this year in 2025, let alone all the music at the top that's coming out from bands like Architects, Traders, finally the return of Shrine. That's just a personal one. Finally the return of Shrine of Malice, bro. So many bands, so many albums, so many EPs, standalone singles, groundbreaking opportunities in the true counterculture world. And we look forward to unveiling and attempting to lobotomize every piece of flesh we can on like throughout all of 2025. But ladies and gentlemen, and everything possibly in between, this has been the Anatomy Crosscast with me, your primary host, good old Sean Cross, with my channel. Thank you everybody who got me recently to my first 1,000 subscribers. It's really awesome to finally be in that bracket. Here's to thousands more, really. Of course, I love every single one of you who subscribed along the way, but eventually, right, eventually would be nice to make a little bit of money off of that main channel because I'm planning to do so much. And then there's going to be the Crosscore Patreon, which allows you all, as soon as I'm a little bit more consistent with content, to see the content a week early for only $3. $3 for 5 channels worth of content, including Dark Matter Investigations, which I was mentioning during this podcast, the Anatomy Crosscast, Shron Cross stuff, Blind Without a Failures content, and even gaming, because we're going to be doing that here pretty soon as well. Thank you, Zach Diebold of EyeSawGod, the future of Maryland deathcore and true counterculture. Thank you for sitting down with me and Finn for 4.5 hours, and we will see you guys on Wednesday, January 15th. Bye for now.